Sombra, you want to hit? Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon service. This is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the first holy day, Wednesday, March 8th, 2023. Yes, Wednesday, March 8th. They're having it early. No, they're not. We're having it on time. Others are having it late. And we go by the barley, as do many others, but we go by the very first fruits. So we are keeping Passover as of last night and the first holy day today. And this morning, we went through and we read the events leading up to, we read John, I think starting verse chapter 12 up to chapter 19, and we stopped when he was crucified. We then read all the events leading up to it. And the great thing about that was, which what Shauna said, is that by doing the events, doing the foot washing at the proper time, doing the eating of the bread and wine at the proper time, then having the meal at the proper time, and the going through each of the events and reading John helps you to understand the process or when things are to take place. Matthew, Mark, and Luke and modern ignorance of the times gets us confused. So we are going to now continue that process of going one step at a time, walking through it, and we're going to go and read the Exodus. We're going to start in chapter 1, and we're going to go right up to chapter 19, and I'm going to throw in a little commentary every once in a while, so I may interrupt somebody at the spur of the moment. But before we do, have I got share screen? Yes. I want you to look here. You see that, Sombra? Okay. So this is the year 1379 BC. 1379 BC, and it's for, so I'm using Torah calendar. Now, Torah calendar goes by the equinox. So they believe you cannot have Passover before the equinox of March 21st or 22nd. So this year is for April 3rd. I don't have any records to disprove this. So I look at both this month and the month before, and I'll see, what either both of them show me. And the month before is 1 day, or no, actually 2 days earlier. That's the only difference in the week. So if we look at this, the fast of the firstborn. So they got the fast of the firstborn on Friday night, and then they got the lamb being killed on the Saturday, and then the first day of unleavened bread is Sunday, and the seventh day of unleavened bread is Saturday. I'm just pointing this out so that you can sort of keep this in mind as you look forward. If I go back and can I do this? I'll just show you the month before. No, I won't. Okay. But it's just, for me,
there is a back button.
There's a back button, but it's up in my top stuff, and I got to get rid of too much stuff. So for me, I find that stuff interesting, just to know where we are, what days of the week are, what's happening on that day. And it helps me to put in perspective what's going on as we read the Exodus. Now, another thing, I'm not sure that all 10 plagues took place in the 1 year. Some people say they do, and I kind of think they might take 3 years, but that's just my own personal thing. So I'm not going to comment on that. I can't prove it. And it really doesn't matter. It's just an interesting thing. So who's first? Philemon is first, all the way from Kenya.
Nope. We have Ryan for prayer, and then I will do the blessing for the readings.
Yes, I'm sorry. My bad again. Ryan, would you open us with prayer, please?
Of course, let's bow our heads. Father God, Jehovah, creator of heaven and earth, king of the universe, we thank you, Father, for this gathering, Father, for your truths being revealed to us in your word, and us to follow these words, commandments, statutes, and ordinances by you, Father, in keeping us from the traditions of men. We ask that as we come together on this first day of unleavened bread, we have eyes to see, ears to hear, and that you grant us with your blessings, Lord, of understanding and wisdom, so that we may shine your light upon those who do not understand. We ask that you be with us, Lord, in these times. Watch over us, keep us safe, healthy, and happy, Lord. Be with us in all things that we do. We love you. We praise you. We ask these things in the mighty name of Jehovah. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ryan. Now, Sombra.
Yeah. Okay. He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Joseph, who read this morning. May he bless Philemon, Paul, Shane, Sarkis and his guest, Rebecca, Marilyn, Eugene, Ryan, Glenn, Nancy, Scott, Shauna, Kurt, Holly, Julia, Stuart, and Sombra. Because they shall come up, because they shall come up to raise the Torah, and because they shall come up to re-roll the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor, together with all Israel, their brethren. And now let us respond. Amen.
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 Okay, so
Amen.
Philemon's going to start us off with Exodus 1. I hope he's going to do it in English, right? Okay, go ahead, Philemon. Go ahead. You start, sir, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
Exodus chapter 1. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Names of the children of Israel into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher, and all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all their generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them out of the land. Therefore they did set over them tax masters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field, all their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor. Verse 15, and the king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Sifra, and the name of the other was Puah. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then you shall kill them, but if be a daughter, then shall live. But the midwives feared God. I repeat, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved men, children alive. And the king of Egypt called all the midwives and said unto them, why have you done this thing and have saved the men, children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively and are delivered, are the midwives come into them. Verse 20, therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. And verse 22, and Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born you shall cast into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive. And that's the reading.
Thank you, Philemon. I want, as we go through this, there's a reason that I wanted to do this. First of all, it's that time of year. That's the main reason. There's a second one, and I'm talking about Raphainu. And it's the healing. And I want you to pay attention. What is the healing? Philemon's already touched on a couple verses here, and I've let them go. I want you to go and listen to that Aleph Beta teaching to get the healing out of this, because that's what you're all going to be able to do. The other reason I want you to pay attention is that there's a second Exodus. Each one here will be in that second Exodus. If you're alive, okay. You know, I'm just assuming, right? You all want to live. So with the second Exodus in mind, and we're also told that, and that's in Jeremiah 31, I think, what I had it here a moment ago. What was it? 7 to 11, I think, 31, 7 to 11. I didn't double check that though. That second Exodus that you and your family are going to be involved in is going to be so great that they're going to talk about it and not this one. So in 12 years' time, they will be talking about what you did during this second Exodus. And we will stop at this time of year, and we will mention Moses just a little bit, and maybe over time he's going to be forgotten. I can't believe that's true, but that's what we're told. And I want you to understand, you are those people, just like these people here, 70 came out of Egypt. You know, you were called in what, 2010, 2005, last year, whenever, to come and start learning this walk and start learning these commandments. You are this first chapter. Think about it and consider how big that is and how big your part is in it. Okay, chapter 2. Who's got chapter 2? I lost all this
Chapter
stuff.
2.
Paul,
And there
go
went
ahead.
a man of the house of Levi, and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him, that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. She laid it in the flags by the river, bulrushes. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him.
Okay, so hang
Daughter
on,
of
let me interrupt you, Paul.
Yep.
So we're being told about his sister right now. This is the first time you're going to be introduced to her. And you're also going to be told later on that she's a prophetess. I want you to pay attention and listen to what she prophesied, if you can find it. Okay? Okay, Paul.
And his sister stood afar off, to wit, what would be done to him. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags or rushes, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him and said, "This is one of the Hebrew children." Then said her sister to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee?" And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, "Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages." And the woman took the child and nursed it. The child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses, and she said, "Because I drew him out of water." Moses identifies himself with Israel. And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out into his brethren, and he looked on their burdens, and he spied an Egyptian smiting an Hebrew, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way, and when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. And when he went out a second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said unto them, "Why did the wrong?" Said to him that did the wrong, "Wherefore smitest thou thy fellow?" And he said, "Who made thee a prince and a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me as thou killest the Egyptian?" And Moses feared and said, "Surely this thing is known." Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by the well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled their troughs to the water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flocks. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, "How is it that you have come so soon today?" And they said, "An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us and watered the flock." And he said unto his daughters, "And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread." And Moses, it's interesting, and Moses was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter, and she bare him a son, and they called him name Gershon, for he said, "I have been a stranger in a strange land." And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died. The children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up unto God by reason of bondage. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them.
Thank you, Paul. Now, so far, we're just getting the introduction here, and I'm glad we're doing this because, man, there's a whole lot in the 10 Commandment movie that not here. So I'm glad we're doing it. Otherwise, I might believe what the 10 Commandment movie said because I watch it so often. Did you see what Miriam prophesied? Sombra's shaking her head up and down. I mean, yeah. Okay, good. I'll just leave it there for now. Let's carry on. Chapter 3.
Really? You're going to leave the cliffhanger?
Yes. That way they'll stay around to the end. They want to know what I'm talking about. Again, so let me, before we start chapter 3, there's, I'm still working on the 10 Days of Awe book. And I almost had it done last year. I went back and I redid some parts, and that led me into other parts, and I've rewritten the core of it. And the core of it is right here. the core of the 10 days of awe is right here. You're going to read it today. The core of the Raphainu is right here. They're both tied together. And we had the song. You know, I don't know, how did Shane know to play that song? And that song said, unleavened bread, a symbol of atonement. Unleavened bread, a symbol. Well, like, where'd they get that from? Again, that's the heart of the book. We're coming into the 10 days of awe, the 10 days of punishment. So we're reading a story about the Exodus. What's that got to do with atonement? We're reading a story about Miriam. What's that got to do with atonement or her prophesying? Joe, it's ticking me off. Why don't you just tell me the answer? No, let's keep reading. Chapter 3.
Shane?
Yep. All right. The burning bush, Exodus 3, verse 1. And Moses kept the flock of his father-in-law, Jethro, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert. And he came to the mountain of God, to Horeb. And the angel of Jehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of the thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not burned up. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the thorn bush is not burned up. And Jehovah saw that he had turned aside to see. God called to him out of the midst of the thorn bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. And he said, Do not come near here. Pull off your sandals from your feet, for the place of which you stand is holy ground. And he said, I am the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, and he was afraid to look upon God. And Jehovah said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people who are in Egypt. I have heard their cry because of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I am coming down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, to bring them up out of the land, to a good land, a large land, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to the place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. And now behold, the cry of the sons of Israel has come to me, and I have also seen the oppression with which the Egyptians oppressed them. And now go, and I will send you to Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the sons of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said to God, Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the sons of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, I will be with you, and this shall be the sign to you that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God upon this mountain. And Moses said to God, Behold, when I come to the sons of Israel and say to them, The God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say to them? And God said to Moses, I am that I am. And he said, You shall say to the sons of Israel, I am has sent me to you. And
Can we
God
just
said,
pause? Can we just pause there, Shane? Somber, can you just read the Hebrew? Can you read that in Hebrew? Do you have your Hebrew book there?
I don't have my Hebrew book here, but I do know that it says, yeah,
Taya.
Kurt, do you have your book there? Yeah. Oh, here, Stuart's got it.
Taya.
Thank you, Stuart.
Genesis 3, or Exodus 3.
Verse 14.
Exodus 3:14. Vayomer Elohim El Moshe, that means says, and Jehovah said to Moshe, Ehyeh asher ehyeh.
Ehyeh asher ehyeh. Ehyeh asher ehyeh. Okay, I just want people to hear it in Hebrew. So it's from that name that we get the name of Yehovah.
Yep.
It's an abbreviation of those three words brought into one. Now, some people want to say Yahweh, okay, but you can't get that out of those three words. So, okay, Shane, carry on, sir.
3:15. And God said to Moses again, you shall say this to the sons of Israel, Jehovah, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my title from generation to generation. Go and gather the elders of Israel and say to them, Jehovah, the God of your fathers, has appeared to me, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I have surely visited you and have seen what is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt to the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, to the land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall listen to your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Israel, to the king of Egypt, and you shall say to them, Jehovah, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. And now let us go we beseech you 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Jehovah our God. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by my mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst of it. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall be that when you go, you shall not go empty. But every woman shall ask of her neighbor and of her that stays in her house jewels of silver and jewels of gold and clothing, and you shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and you shall plunder the Egyptians.
Thank you, Shane. So right here in chapter 3, we have 5 times Jehovah telling Moses to go to the mountain. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because it's really important to understand for the Daniel 9 prophecy. From the going forth of the command to go and get my people. That's not Azaharias. It's Jehovah giving the command to Moses, and you just read it right here. And there's a few more here in chapter 4 that we're going to read. And chapter 4 is
Sarkis.
Sarkis.
Luke chapter 5.
4.
Oh. Then Moses answered and said, but suppose they will not believe me or listen to my voice. Suppose they say, the Lord has not appeared to you. So the Lord said to him, what is that in your hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, cast it on the ground. So he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent, and Moses fled from it. Then the Lord said to Moses, reach out your hand and take it by the tail. And he reached out his hand and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. Then they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you. Furthermore, the Lord said to him, now put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous, like snow. And he said, put your hand in your bosom again. So he put his hand in his bosom again, and drew it out of his bosom. And behold, it was restored like his other flesh. Then it will be, if they do not believe you, nor heed the message of the first sign, that they might believe the message of the latter sign. And will be, if they do not believe even these 2 signs, or listen to your voice, then you shall take water from the river and pour it on the dry land. And the water which you take from the river will become blood on the dry land. Then Moses said to the Lord, "Oh, my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither before nor since you have spoken to your servant, but I am slow of speech and slow of tongue." So the Lord said to him, "Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes the mute, the deaf, the seeing, or the blind? Have I not the Lord? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you shall say." But he said, "Oh, my Lord, please send by the hand of whoever else you may send." So the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses, and he said, "Is not Aaron the Levite your brother? I know that he can speak well. And look, he is also coming out to meet you. When he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. Now you shall speak to him and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth and with his mouth, and I will teach you what you shall do. So he shall be your spokesman to the people, and he himself shall be as a mouth for you, and you shall be to him as God. And you shall take this rod in your hand, with which you shall do the signs." So Moses went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said to him, "Please let me go and return to my brethren who are in Egypt, and see whether they are still alive." And Jethro said to Moses, "Go in peace." And the Lord said to Moses in Midian, "Go, return to Egypt, for all the men are dead who saw your life." Then Moses took his wife and his sons and set them on a donkey, and returned to the land of Egypt. And Moses took the rod of God in his hand. And the Lord said to Moses, "When you go back to Egypt, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in your hand. But I will harden his heart, so that he will not let the people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, 'Thus says the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn. So I say to you, let my son go, that he may serve me. But if you refuse to let him go, indeed I will kill your son, your firstborn.' And it came to pass on the way and the encampment that the Lord met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it on Moses' feet and said, 'Surely you are a husband of blood to me.' So he let him go. Then she said, 'You are a husband of blood because of the circumcision.' And the Lord said to Aaron, 'Go into the wilderness to meet Moses.' So he went and met him on the mountain of God and kissed him. So Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. Then Moses and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words which the Lord had spoken to Moses. Then he did the signs in the sight of the people. So the people believed, and when they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked on their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshiped.
Thank you, Sarkis. I think we're going to save some of the discussion till afterwards. I would like to come back to why Moses is a husband of blood. If you want to make a note of that. May not. Excuse me. And you've now got 7 times. No, what did I say that was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. No, 7 times. 7 times. Moses is told to go and get the people. Okay, guest speaker is going to read chapter 5.
Afterward, Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, let my people go."
Sarkis's guest, can you get a little bit closer to the mic because it's a bit garbled?
We'll try it.
Thank you.
Afterwards, Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, thus says the Lord God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, nor will I let Israel go. So they said, the God of the Hebrews has met with us. Please let us go 3 days' journey into the desert and sacrifice to the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. Then the king of Egypt said to them, Moses and Aaron, why do you take the people from their work? Get back to your labor. And Pharaoh said, look, the people of the land are many now, and you make them rest from their labor. So the same Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, so the same day Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, you shall no longer give the people straw to make brick as before. Let them go and gather straw for themselves, and you shall lay on them the quota of bricks which they made before. You shall not diminish it, for they are idle. Therefore they cry out, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let more work be laid on the men, that they may labor in it, and let them not regard false words. And the taskmasters of the people and the officers went out and spoke to the people, saying, thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go get yourselves straw where you can find it, yet none of your work will be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters forced them to hurry, saying, fulfill your work, your daily quota, as when there was straw. Also the officers of the children of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and were asked, why have you not fulfilled your task in making brick, both yesterday and today as before? Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried out to Pharaoh, saying, why are you dealing thus with your servants? There is no straw given to your servants, and they say to us, make brick. And indeed, your servants are beaten, but the fault is in your own people. But he said, you are idle, you are idle. Therefore you say, let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. Therefore go now and work, for no straw shall be given you, yet you shall deliver the quota of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel saw that they were in trouble after it was said, you shall not diminish any bricks from your daily quota. Then, as they came out from Pharaoh, they met Moses and Aaron, who stood there to meet them. And they said to them, let the Lord look on you and judge, because you have made us abhorrent in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to kill us. So Moses returned to the Lord and said, Lord, why have you brought trouble on this people? Why is it you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people, neither have you delivered your people at all.
Thank you, guest. Do we get a name?
They call me Loshem.
Did I hear Moshem?
Loshem
Roshem?
means no name.
Oh, no name. Welcome anyway. Okay, so
Thank you. I appreciate the word.
we have something going on here. We have a political schism taking place. Moses thought that, okay, he's just going to go in there and show the snake and they're going to walk out. And now something else is developing. So just an interesting little note. Chapter 6.
Rebecca?
Okay, did I do that right?
There you go. We can hear you.
Thank you. And Jehovah said to Moshe, Now see what I do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand he is going to let them go, and with a strong hand he is going to drive them out of his land. And Elohim spoke to Moshe and said to him, I am Jehovah, and I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov as El Shaddai, and by my name, Jehovah, was I not known to them? And I also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their sojourning, in which they have sojourned. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Mithrites are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Say therefore to the children of Israel, I am Jehovah, and I shall bring you out from under the burdens of the Mithrites, and shall deliver you from their enslaving, and shall redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great judgment, and shall take you as my people, and I shall be your Elohim. And you shall know that I am Jehovah, your Elohim, who is bringing you out from under the burdens of the Mithrites. And I shall bring you into the land which I swore to give to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, to give it to you as an inheritance. I am Jehovah. And Moshe spoke thus to the children of Israel, but they did not listen to Moshe because of shortness of spirit and from hard slavery. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, Go in, speak to Pharaoh, sovereign of Mizraim, to let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moshe spoke before Jehovah, saying, The children of Israel have not listened to me, and why would Pharaoh listen to me? For I am of uncircumcised lips. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe and to Aharon, and gave them a command for the children of Israel, and for Pharaoh, sovereign of Mizraim. Bring the children of Israel out of the land of the Mizraim. These are the heads of their fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok and Pilu, Hezron and Carmi. These are the clans of Reuben. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel and Yamin and Ohad and Yakin. And to Sohar and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman. These are the clans of Shimon. These are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations, Gershon and Kehath and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137. And the sons of Gershon, Libni and Shimi, according to their clans. And the sons of Kehath, Amram and Yishar and Hebron and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kehath were 133. And the sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi. These are the clans of Levi according to their generations. And Amram took for himself Yocheved, his father's sister, as wife. And she bore him Aharon and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137. And the sons of Yishar, Korah, and Nepheg, and Zikri. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elzaphan, and Sifri. Aharon took to himself Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nashon, as wife. And she bore him Nadav, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, and the sons of Korah, Asir, Elkanah, and Abiyasaph. These are the clans of the Korhites. And Eleazar, Aharon's son, took for himself one of the daughters of Putiel as wife, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites, according to their clans. This is Aharon and Moshe, to whom Jehovah said, Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Mizraim according to their divisions. They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, sovereign of Mizraim, to bring out the children of Israel from Mitzrayim. This is Moshe and Aharon. And it came to be on the day when Yehovah spoke to Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim, that Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, I am Yehovah. Speak to Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, all that I say to you. And Moshe said before Yehovah, see, I am of uncircumcised lips, and why would Pharaoh listen to me?
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Now, you've just been given a lineage of Moses' family, and you got to ask why. Why was this given to you? Because we go back to Abraham, and Jehovah told Abraham in the fourth generation, is the way it's translated, I will bring the people back. And when you count those 4 generations, that brings you to, I believe it's Moses or his son. I'm not sure. I forget which one. Somebody's going to double check me and tell me I got it wrong. Not yet. But let me just pull this up for you. Let me see if I can do that quickly. Go there. Get rid of that. Is somebody double checking those for me?
Sorry, my brain was elsewhere. What am I supposed to be double checking?
How many generations to Moses? Or to Moses' son?
Isn't it 14? But I'll be
No, from Abraham. Didn't they tell you all the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, 4 generations? Okay, right? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this here. I just want to show you this. Okay. Share screen. Okay, so Moses, Abraham is given the covenant in 1828, I believe it is. 1828 BC. Let me just grab the right one.
That's the top of the 3rd day.
1810 BC.
So it's the bottom of the blue.
No, it's the top of the 3rd day. Okay. So that 3rd day began in 1878 BC or 1876 BC, right? It's going down. So in 1810, Jehovah made the covenant with Moses. And he says, in 4 generations, I will bring you back in the 4th cycle of time. That 4th cycle of time is 4 millennial days. And that brings us to the year 2044. Here we are in 2023, right? I'll go back up here to our time now. Here we are here in 2023. And between 2023 and 2044, Jehovah's going to bring his people back to the land. And that's what I said earlier. You are those people. You're going to be involved in the second Exodus. At some point during this time, that's when it's going to take place. So that's why it's important for you to understand what's being said here and who it's talking about. It's talking about you. Okay, let's move on to chapter, that was 6, right? So chapter 7.
Then the Lord said to Moses, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You are to say everything I commanded you, and your brother Aaron is to tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his country. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my miraculous signs and wonders in Egypt, he will not listen to you. Then I will lay my hand on Egypt, and with mighty acts of judgment, I will bring out my divisions, my people, the Israelites, and the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring the Israelites out of it. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. Moses was 80 years old and Aaron was 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, when Pharaoh says to you, perform a miracle, then say to Aaron, take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh, and it will become a snake. So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded. Aaron threw his staff down in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and it became a snake. Pharaoh then summoned wise men and sorcerers, and the Egyptian magicians also did the same things with their secret arts. Each one threw down his staff, and it became a snake. But Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Yet Pharaoh's heart became hard, and he would not listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is unyielding. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he goes out to the water. Wait on the bank of the Nile to meet him, and take in your hand the staff that was changed into a snake. Then say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go, so that they may worship me in the desert. But until now you have not listened to me. This is what the Lord says. By this you will know that I am the Lord. With this staff that is in my hand, I will strike the water of the Nile, and it will be changed into blood. The fish in the Nile will die, and the river will stink, and the Egyptians will not be able to drink its water. The Lord said to Moses, tell Aaron, take the staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the streams and canals, over the ponds and all the reservoirs, and they will turn to blood. Blood will be everywhere in Egypt, even in the wooden buckets and stone jars. Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt. But the Egyptian magicians did the same things by their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart became hard. He would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said. Instead, he turned and went into his palace and did not even take this to heart. And all of Egypt and all the Egyptians dug along the Nile to get drinking water because they could not drink the water of the river.
Thank you, Marilyn. There's a few things here. We're okay. So we're starting to read the 10 plagues. I want you to pay attention to them because they're going to start happening, I believe, in the same order over the next 10 years, starting in 2024. And this turning to blood and stinking, you're already seeing that happen in the rivers of Europe where everything's dried up. Even right now, they are not getting any rain and the rivers are still in drought. And if the water levels in Europe drop anymore, all the wells will be dry. They are in grave danger this coming year. The rivers around the world are also drying up. I believe this is Jehovah getting ready for this first curse to start acting out in 2024. Oh yeah, back here at the beginning, it gives you Moses and Aaron's age, 80 and 83 when they first met Pharaoh. Verse 7. 7:7. Okay, so that's important for you to understand, because when you do the chronology of Moses, people just read through it and they add, okay, 40 and 80, that's 120, and then they crossed it. No, Moses did not die the same year they crossed the Jordan River. Moses did not meet Pharaoh when he gave the first curse of blood. He met Pharaoh when he asked the people to leave, and he said no, and he took away their straw. and then they had to start doing the straw or doing the bricks without the straw. So there's 2 years here that you're going to be out in your sequence of timing. And I've gone through the chronology a number of times, and Moses went to see Pharaoh 2 years before the Exodus. Okay, there's 10 plagues. Okay. The other thing that I'm always troubled with, and I cannot wrap my brain around it, is verse 22, when the magicians did the same thing. Oh, Sombra wants to talk about it. Can we save it? We'll come back to it. Okay. How did the magicians do this? I thought this was a miracle from Jehovah. But if anybody can do it, like, what's the miracle? Okay. Chapter 8.
That's me.
Eugene, go ahead, sir.
And how the Lord spoke to Moses, go to the Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go that they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your territory with frogs. So the river turned forth, brought frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house and into your bedchambers, and on your bed, and in your house, and in your servants, and on your people, into their ovens, into their kneading bowls. And the frog shall come up and on your people and on all your servants. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying to Aaron, stretch out your hand with your rod over the stream, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause the frogs to come up to the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came out and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments and brought up frogs out of the river. Long sleeves, I guess. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, entreat the Lord that he may let away the frogs away and from my people. And I will let your people go, that they may sacrifice to the Lord. And Moses said to Pharaoh, accept the honor of saying that I will intercede for you, for your servant, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and your household, that they may remain in the rivers only. So he said, tomorrow, and he said, let it be according to your word, that you may know that there is no one like the Lord our God. And the frog shall depart from you, from your house, from your servants, from your people, and they shall remain in the river only. Then Moses, Aaron, went out. Pharaoh and Moses cried out to the Lord concerning the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. So the Lord did according to the words of Moses, and the frogs died out of the house, out of the courtyards, and out of the fields. They gathered them together in heaps, and the land stank. But when the Pharaoh saw that they were relieved, he hardened his heart, and he did not heed them, as the Lord had said. So the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your rod and strike the dust of the land, so that it become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And he did so. And Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod and struck the dust of the earth, and it became lice on men and beasts. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. Now the magician so worked with their enchantment to bring forth lice, but they could not. So there were lice on men and beasts. Then the magician said to Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. But the Pharaoh's heart grew hard, And he did not heed them, just as the Lord had said. And the Lord said to Moses, rise early in the morning, stay before the Pharaoh as he comes out of to the water, and say to him, thus saith the Lord, let my people go that they may serve me. Or else if you will not let my people go before, I will send swarms of flies on you and your servants and on your people in your house, and the house of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies.
Eugene,
Yes,
I know you're a little bit far from your computer. Can you just speak up a little bit? Because you're really hard to hear.
sorry.
No, that's okay. I know you sit far from your computer.
And the Lord said to Moses, rise up early in the morning and stay before Pharaoh and come out of the water. Then say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me. Or else you will not let my people go. Behold, I will send swarms of flies on you and your servants and on your people, and into your house and the house of your Egyptians, which are full of swarms of flies, and also on the ground on which they stand. And in that day I will set apart the land of Goshen in which my people dwell, that no swarm of flies shall be there, in order that they may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the land. I will make a difference between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall be. And the Lord said and did so. Thick swarms of flies came into the house of Pharaoh, into the servant's house, into the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted between the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, go sacrifice to your God in the land. And Moses said, it is not right to do so, for we would be sacrificing an abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. If we sacrifice the abominations of the Egyptians before they rise, will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to the Lord our God as he has commanded us. And the Pharaoh says, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to your Lord God in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far, including inciting to me. Then Moses said, indeed, I am going out from you, and I will entreat the Lord, that the swarms of flies may depart tomorrow from Pharaoh, from the servants and from the people. But let Pharaoh not deal deceitfully anymore in any letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and entreated the Lord. And the Lord did according to the words of Moses. He removed the flies, swarm of flies, from Pharaoh, from the servants, and from the people. Not one remained, but Pharaoh hardened his heart at that time. Also, neither would he let them go.
Thank you, Eugene. And again, I want to thank everybody for reading here today. We got people from all around the world doing this. So this is very cool, very awesome. I remember just not that many years ago when we were trying to have services with people around the world, and it was so hard to set up technically. And now we do it like nothing, drop of the hat. As we're reading here, the blood is the first curse, the frogs, the second, the lice, the third, the flies, the fourth one. Understand that each of these curses, Jehovah is attacking a god of Egypt. And he's showing how that god is impotent and has no power over anything. So, but then what's more, not just the gods of Egypt, these gods are the same gods that everyone around the world worship by different names. Egypt, India, Greece, Rome, Babylon, Assyria, all worship the same gods with different names. And the first one is water. That's Ham, who is the giver of life. And the second one is the frogs, which is fertility, which is the Mother Earth. And that's Gaia. That's also Noah's wife. The third one, lice, is attacking the Geb, the god Geb, who is, again, Father Earth. And that is Ham. And the flies is the scarab. It's the Hamashit. Those of you who read the book, The Abomination That Makes Desolate, the Hamashit. This is the fly that they're talking about. And this Hamashit fly, yes, is exactly what it is. Just take the last 5 letters of that word. Hamashit is what it's known to do. Rolling piles of Hamashit around, and they make that a god. So he's making fun of them, and Jehovah is just showing them, you guys are nuts. You're worshiping stuff that's got no power. So, okay, that is chapter 8. We are now going to chapter 9. Did I do that right?
Can you hear me?
Is that, who's that, Ryan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
No,
Oh,
you're
you sound
gone.
like a tin can.
How about now?
Same thing. Darth Vader.
Still bad, huh?
Yeah, you're real bad. I'm your father.
1 second.
So as we're reading this, I see the plagues, or at least the events, was snake, blood, frogs, gnats, flies, and then going into the next ones.
Well, the snake wasn't a plague.
I just put it down as an event that was supposed to
Okay.
change. You
Okay.
know, so I don't know where they are, and in the end, we'll count them up and see where we're at.
Yeah, Ryan. Darth Vader, go ahead. No, you're still Darth Vader.
Really?
I'm afraid you're going to tell me who you are. My dad, I'm going to be scared.
I'm your father.
Oh, no, that sounded.
You're freaking me out.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounded like Darth Vader for sure.
It did.
Let me get off the Wi-Fi, see if that helps. It's going to take me off and then come back on. I'm sorry. Just give me a few seconds.
Glenn, do you want to read this
Sure.
chapter 9, and then Ryan can
Yeah, we'll
read
switch.
Yep.
We can
Okay.
switch. All right, so 9. And Jehovah said to Moshe, go into Pharaoh and speak to him. Thus said Jehovah, Elohim of the Hebrews, let my people go so that they serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, I still hold them. See, the hand of Jehovah is on your livestock in the field, on the horses, on the donkeys, on the camels, on the cattle, and on the sheep, a very grievous pestilence. And Jehovah shall separate between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, and let no matter die of all that belongs to the children of Israel. And Jehovah made an appointed time, saying, tomorrow Jehovah is going to do this word in the land. And Jehovah did this word on the next day, and all the livestock of Egypt died. But of the livestock of the children of Israel, not one died. Then Pharaoh sent, and see, not even one of the livestock of the Israelites was dead. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Jehovah said to Moshe and Aaron, fill your hands with ashes from a furnace, and let Moshe scatter it towards the heavens before the eyes of Pharaoh. And it shall become fine dust in all the land of Egypt, and it shall cause boils that break out in sores on man and beast in all of the land of Egypt. So they took ashes from the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moshe scattered them toward the heavens, and they caused boils breaking out in sores on man and beast. And the magicians were able to stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boils were on the magicians and all the Egyptians. on the magicians and all the Egyptians, yes. But Jehovah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not listen to them, as Jehovah had said to Moshe. And Jehovah said to Moshe, rise early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh and say to him, thus says Jehovah Elohim of the Hebrews, let my people go so that they serve me. For at this time I am sending all my plagues unto your heart and on your servants and on your people, so that you know that there is no one like me in all the earth. Now, if I had stretched out my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, then you would have been cut off from the earth. And for this reason, I have raised you up in order to show you my power and in order to declare my name in all the earth. You still exalt yourself against my people in that you do not let them go. See, tomorrow, about this time, I am causing very heavy hail to rain down, such as has not been in Egypt from the day of its founding until now. And now send, bring your livestock to safety, and all that you have in the field, for the hail shall come down on every man and every beast which is found in the field and is not brought home, and they shall die. Those among the servants of Pharaoh who revered the word of Jehovah made their servants and livestock flee to the houses. But those who did not lay their heart on the word of Jehovah left their servants and livestock in the field. Then Jehovah said to Moshe, stretch out your hand toward the heavens, and let there be hail in all the land of Egypt, on man, on beast, and on every plant of the field throughout the land of Egypt. Then Moshe stretched out his rod toward the heavens, and Jehovah sent thunder and hail, and fire came down to the earth, and Jehovah rained hail on the land of Egypt. Thus there came to be hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy, such as had not been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail smote in all the land of Egypt, all that was in the fields, both man and beast. And the hail smote every plant of the field and every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, there was no hail. Pharaoh then sent and called for Moshe and for Aaron and said to them, I have sinned this time. Jehovah is righteous and my people are wicked. Pray to Jehovah, for there has been enough of thunder and hail of Elohim, and I am letting you go so that you stay no longer. And Moshe said to him, as soon as I go out of the city, let me spread out my hands to Jehovah. Let the thunder cease and the hail be no more, so that you know that the earth belongs to Jehovah. But as for you and your servants, I know that you do not yet fear before Jehovah Elohim. And the flax and the barley were smitten, for the barley was in the head and the flax was in bud. But the wheat and the spelt were not smitten, for they were late crops. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread out his hands to Jehovah. And the thunder and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured on the earth. And Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had ceased, yet he sinned again, and he hardened his heart, and he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the children of Israel go, as Jehovah had said through Moshe.
Thank you, Glenn. The flax and the barley were smitten. So
By the way, Joe, I just want to tell you, I'm in the NIV and the Tyndale. It says the wheat and the emmer. What did his book say that it called instead of emmer?
well, it can't be the wheat and the emmer. The wheat and the emmer aren't smitten.
The emmer
No,
and
not
wheat are the
smitten.
same.
The flax and the barley were smitten, but it
Right.
says, but the wheat and the emmer were not destroyed, for they were not yet out of the ground.
Okay, but the wheat and the spelt were not
Yes.
struck, for they were our late crops.
So
Okay,
they were, it was called spelt. That's interesting.
that's what I have
Instead of
spelt.
Yeah.
emmer. Interesting.
Okay,
'Cause the wheat and the emmer are definitely two different kinds of wheat.
Yes.
so we're just going to pause here for a moment because, again, the argument is it's still snowing in some places in Israel, or they get snow. You can't have the barley being aviv if we got snow. Here we got the ground being pelted by hail. Now, hail can come at any time of year, but you get a hail more common in the springtime when you get freezing temperatures. I'm just saying, it happens. It doesn't, winter, what they're calling winter does not have to be over. There's we got, what was the first curse here again?
Blood.
No, chapter 9, the handful of ashes, furnace, what?
Plague on the animals.
Fine dust in the land of Egypt and will cause boils to break out, boils and sores on man and beast throughout the land. Is that the first one? Not one died. No, there's one. I
No,
missed one.
there's plagues on the animals.
Yeah, all the animals died. Okay, so I missed one.
It's
So all the sorry?
pestilence.
Pestilence, yeah. On the livestock.
And that's the god again, Hathor again, being attacked. Then there's the sky god. The sky god is also called Hathor. Now, the animals represent the cow god. If you remember the cow god, Apis is the one they built the golden calf altar to, along with Hathor. And Hathor is also the sky god, with Geb, the earth god, below her. And you'll see that in a lot of pictures. And even when they do if you've seen the teaching I did at Mount Sinai, the Hathor is there, with underneath it is the young boy. And the young boy is Ham, the son, but is also Ham, the father. And the father and son together underneath the sky god, which is now represented as a cow, nursing on her udder. Basically, it's pornography, is what I'm trying to get to, if you understand what this is that's going on. And the further back you go in Egypt, the more clear it becomes. Okay, so I got blood, frog, lice, flies, pestilence, hail. I think I'm missing
Nope.
one though.
Boils, then hail.
Boils and hail.
Now that's 7 plagues without the
1,
snakes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. Thank you, Glenn. I knew I was missing one. Okay, Ryan. And okay, so I'm pointing this out. Is Darth Vader, are you gone?
Oh my gosh.
Still bad, huh? Yeah, I don't think I can listen to you without laughing.
No problem.
Okay, how about
Someone else read?
I'll jump, or who? Well, take the next one. Let's take the next one for chapter 10. Whoever that is, Sombra.
So after Glenn is Nancy.
So hang on, Nancy, before
Well-
you start, the thing that I'm
It will-
wanting to.
It will mess people up though, because they know what they're supposed to be reading.
Well, you gotta be on the fly. You gotta have your stuff ready
I
to go on
can
the fly here.
read. I wasn't assigned to anything.
There you go. Shauna, can you read, please?
Okay, hang on, Shauna, then.
Sorry, I'm behind. What?
You're gonna read chapter 10, just 1 second. I
Okay.
want you to pay attention to these curses, because Jehovah is gonna send these same curses on all the world in these last days, especially in the next 10 years, starting 2024. Again, I'm trying to get this information out in the book, trying to explain it logically, simply, and so you can understand, but I don't want you to miss it now that we're here studying it. Sombra?
Well, the curses are going to come, the plagues are going to come, but they're not going to look the same. And if we're looking for exactly the same thing, if we're looking for blood in the Nile River, it's not likely going to look like that. It's going to look like what that spiritual picture is trying to teach us.
Well, that's what I'm showing you, that the blood in the Nile River has already taken shape by every river around the world, not just the Nile, drying up.
Yeah.
Okay, so the drying up, the red tide that you get off the coast of Florida is caused by the global temperatures rising. All these things, all these curses are caused by global temperatures rising. All the curses you read in Leviticus not Revelation, I think it's, where's it start? 6, 7, 8, or trumpet plague starting chapter 8. They're the same things that we're reading here in Exodus now. So the hail, 100 kilos, right? That's going to go through brick, and that's going to go through concrete. 100 kilo. What's 100 kilos in pounds? So all the
75 pounds.
75 pounds. So you take a small motorcycle,
220 pounds.
220 pounds.
Yes, every
Wow.
kilo is 2.2 pounds.
Okay, 225 pounds. Take me.
Worse.
Well, I'm a little bit heavier than 225. I'm going to be honest.
You'll
A lot
kill
heavier.
everybody.
And but take that from what, a mile high?
Mm.
Now you add in the momentum. Okay, so momentum. When you try to stop, okay, I used to drive a tractor trailer. You cannot stop on a dime. So when that hits a roof, it's going right to the basement. If that hits a concrete wall, it's going through the concrete wall, unless it's super thick.
Well, think of a meteor like on the moon. You get this big hole, a little thing that hits it, but this big hole is made.
Ever been to Meteor Crater near Winslow, Arizona?
It's huge.
It's a big hole.
You can also look up online. I think they have 10-pound hail, and it isn't a nice little round snowball. It's a craggedy, sharp instrument that if it hits you, you're dead. It's very scary. So these things that we're looking for, we just had hail. Where do we have hail? November, someplace, big hail. You're seeing all the signs getting ready. Now people have been saying that for years. I know, I get it. Okay, watch these plagues. Take these plagues and make them bigger, make them greater, and start. But you have to be looking for them. The river's drying up around the world. There's one. These things that Jehovah is doing will be not just one little, one little area by themselves. They will be worldwide in scale. So these are going to be seen by everybody. You need to be aware of them so that you can tell the people this is caused because of the 10 plagues of Egypt being brought on us in the last days today. That's why it's important for you to understand this stuff.
And this last one that we just read about, well, not last one, but we read about the abomination before the people. Like Moses was told by Pharaoh, well, just go do your sacrifices here, which is one of the things that we've been talking about with regard to Passover. You cannot sacrifice a lamb in your backyard here in your house because you need a temple for it, right? You need the appropriate altar at the temple. And so you can't do that. Well, this flies plague, Pharaoh says, well, just go do your sacrifices here. And Moses says, I can't, because if I sacrifice here in front of these people, it's an abomination before these people. They'll stone us. Okay, so we're looking at the abomination that makes desolation to come in the fall, potentially, quite potentially.
Yeah.
And that sacrifice is going to be made in the wrong place.
It's not necessarily a sacrifice. It has the potential to be a sacrifice and or a statue.
Right.
We are not sure exactly what it is. We are looking for it to be on the corner of the altar, though. Right.
But that's going to be an abomination before the people, and there's going to be a stoning. That stoning is not likely to come from you and me. That stoning is likely to be coming from Jehovah. And so if we're already at that plague, it's that close.
Yeah, but that's this year. And these plagues, I believe, are going to come over the next 10 years. Who knows? It could happen. It could happen.
Could happen.
Okay, let's before we get sidelined, let's finish reading. We got still quite a bit to go. We are now into chapter 11.
11, I think you said
Mike?
10.
10. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just
So
wanted to scare you.
I'm in this tree of life version, the 10 locusts and darkness. Then Adonai said to Moses, go to Pharaoh, because I've hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, so that I might show these my signs in their midst. And so you may tell your sons and your grandchildren what I have done in Egypt, as well as my signs that I did among them, so that you may know that I am Adonai. So Moses, Aaron, went to Pharaoh and said to him, this is what Adonai, the God of the Hebrews, says. How long would you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go so that they may serve me. Or else if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring locusts into your borders. Then they will cover the face of the earth, so that no one will be able, so no one will be able to see the ground. They will eat the remainder of what escaped, whatever is left from the hail, and eat every tree that grows for you out in the field. Your houses will be filled, as will the houses of all your servants and the houses of all the Egyptians, as neither your fathers nor your grandfathers have seen since the day that they were on the earth until today. Then he turned and went out from Pharaoh. Pharaoh's servant said to him, how long will this man be a snare to us? Send the men so that they may serve Yahweh, their God. Don't you realize that the Egypt is being destroyed? So Moses and Aaron were brought to Pharaoh. Go serve Adonai your God, he said, but who will be going? Moses answered, we will go with our young and our elderly, our sons and our daughters. We will go with our flocks and our herds, for we must have Adonai's feast for him. But he said to them, so may Adonai be with you. And if I ever do let you go with your little ones, wait, hold on. So, and he said to them, so may Adonai be with you. If I ever do let you go with your little ones, see clearly now, evil is in your face. Not so. Go now, the men, and serve Adonai, for that's what you were seeing. And then they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. Then Adonai said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Kids and mothers.
Why did Jehovah harden his heart?
Why did Jehovah harden his heart? Is that what you asked, Steve?
Yeah.
So that he could show the world how great he is.
Okay, sorry about that. The dogs were howling. They were background, so I had to tell them to stop. I'm sorry. Where was I at, guys? I apologize. Do you guys know where I was at?
I don't.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm thinking 9. I'm not
Verse
sure.
12.
12.
Verse 12.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. So then, Yahweh, or Adonai, I'll just go with the reading. Then Adonai said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts, so that they may come up into Egypt and eat every plant in the land, everything that the hail has left. So Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and Adonai brought up the east wind over the land, and all that day and all night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. The locusts came up all over all the land of Egypt and rested on the entire territory of Egypt. So dense, there was nothing like it before them, nor will there ever be again. For they covered the face of the whole earth so that the land was darkened. And they ate every plant in the land and all the fruit from the trees, and the hail had left. No green thing remained, not a tree or plant of the field throughout the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh quickly called for Moshe and Aaron and said, I have sinned against Adonai your God and against you. Now forgive my sin, only this once, please. There's that please again. So pray to Adonai your God, just so he would take this death away from me. So he went out from Pharaoh and prayed to Adonai. And Adonai turned the wind from the west, very strong, and it carried off the locusts and drove them into the Sea of Reeds. Not one locust remained in the territory of Egypt. But Adonai hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he did not let the Ben Israel go. Then Adonai said to Moses, stretch out your hand towards heaven, and there will be darkness over the land of Egypt, a darkness that may be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand towards heaven, and there was a thick darkness in the land of Egypt for 3 days. They could not see one another, nor could anyone rise from his place for 3 days. Yet all Ben Israel had light within their dwellings. Pharaoh called Moshe and said, go serve Adonai. Only let your flocks and your herds remain. Your little ones may also go with you. But Moses said, you must also put sacrifice and burnt offerings into our hand. Then we will go do it for Adonai our God. Our cattle must go with us. Not a hoof may be left behind. We must take from them to serve Adonai our God. We ourselves will not know how we will serve Adonai until we arrive there. But Adonai hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he was unwilling to let them go. So Pharaoh said to him, go away from me. Take heed never to see my face again, because on that day you will die. Right, Moses said, right, Moses said, you said it, may I never see your face again. That's the end of the chapter.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Shauna. Okay, so I hope if there's no little children, we have no children here, right? Because we got to tell you what the green vegetation and the locust is about. It's another god. Again, it's a god Ham, and the curse here is against Ham, and this leafy vegetable type god is for his semen, and the semen are. I'm not going to get too far in it, but that's what it's representing. And by destroying the leafy vegetables, it's destroying his potential to spread his semen everywhere.
Fertility. It's a fertility thing.
Yeah, it's all fertility.
Yeah.
But again, that's what this one is. So that one, again, I'm not sure how that one's going to play out today. Darkness is told you in Revelations. And that is against Ham, the sun god, because Ham, Chaime, means sun. And that's where we get the sun god worship from. Okay, we are now coming to the climax. Chapter 11.
Okay, I just have a question there real quick.
Yep.
Is it Ra, the name of the sun god?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got that right. Okay. And you said Ham, I got more confused.
No, but Ra is, so you got to understand, Ham, okay, I've mentioned this before, so Ham had sex with his mother.
Right,
Ham's mother was Noah's wife.
right.
Ham means sun, and that's where the sun god worship develops from. But the son of Ham, or his son, the son of his mother is also Ham.
Oh, I thought it was Cush.
But it's also Cush. So now we've got the mixing up of mythology here. And because when Cush takes over or usurps his authority or Ham's authority, the sun god falls into the distance past, but the sky god or the queen of heaven, which is now called the Blessed Virgin Mary, now becomes the most dominant god in the I don't know, godosphere, whatever you want to call it. But the sun, which was Ham, is now Cush, becomes the stronger one, the more important. But then Cush is usurped by Nimrod, and Nimrod becomes the dominant one.
Nimrod is Cush.
Nimrod takes over for Cush. Nimrod, what does Nimrod do? Cush castrates Ham. Cush castrates Ham. Nimrod, what's he do to Ham? Or Cush, I forgot what he did to Cush. I gotta go back. He rebels and takes over Cush. Cush's empire moves to Egypt. Ham's empire, or Nimrod's empire, stays in Babylon. Okay.
What book is that of yours that outlines all of that? Do you know?
That's the one I'm working on now.
Oh, okay, good deal.
Okay.
It's
yeah.
basically the sun god is, these are positions, and the sun god is the highest position. The moon god is the next position, all the way down. And so, it starts with Ham, it goes to Cush, it goes to Nimrod, but they're all sun gods.
Right.
Well, yes, sort of, kind of, but it's also Semiramis or Gaia, who becomes the Queen of Heaven or Mother Earth or Mother Nature. And how many of you want to use that expression if you understand who it is? We insult Jehovah, who created the grass. We insult Jehovah, who created the worms. We insult Jehovah, who sends the rain. We insult Jehovah when I say we insult him, when we credit all these other things to Mother Nature or Mother Earth or Gaia, which is Noah's wife, the whore who has sex with her kids and grandkids. Now, each time there's someone takes over, usurps their authority, the wives of that person are passed down to the new conqueror. So she's passed down to Cush. She's then passed down to Nimrod. Okay. And then Nimrod is taken out by Shem. And Shem in Egyptology is the bird god, whatever he's called.
Horus, or
not
that's
Horus,
Roth, isn't it?
not Roth. I want to say Thor
Horus?
or Thoth. And because he kills Nimrod.
Right. It's
Yeah.
interesting because Rob Skiba years ago did this stuff about the gods, and it lines up with exactly what you're saying too. So it's kind of interesting that
Every god around the world, whether it's Buddha, Hindu,
yeah. Mhm. Who is
Assyrian,
Buddha with? Which one is Buddha tied to?
just let me finish. Buddha, Indian, or the Hindu gods, the Assyrian, the Babylonian, the Greek, the Roman, and the Egyptian. All of them have Ham, or have their main guy having sex with his mother, giving birth to a son who then takes over.
Right. Gotcha.
And now we've got that in Christianity. And we don't recognize the difference.
Mhm.
And this is what's coming. So everyone around the world is going to get these plagues as you're reading them here now. Okay, let's move on. Chapter 11, Nancy.
Then the Lord said to Moses, I will send just one more disaster on Pharaoh and his land. And after that, he will let you go. In fact, he will be so anxious to get rid of you that he will practically throw you out of the country. Tell all the men and the women of Israel to prepare and ask Egyptian neighbors for costly gold and silver jewelry. This is in parentheses, so I don't know if I should say it or not. I don't think I should. But it says it's 3. I'll go ahead and read it. I might not in line with what you have. For God caused the Egyptians to be favorable to the people of Israel. And Moses was a very great man in the land of Egypt and was revered by the Pharaoh's officials and the Egyptian people alike. Now Moses announced to Pharaoh, Jehovah says, about midnight I will pass through Egypt, and all the oldest sons shall die in every family of Egypt, from the oldest child of Pharaoh, heir to the throne, to the oldest child of the lowliest slave, and every firstborn of the animals. The wail of death will resound throughout the entire land of Egypt. Never before has there been such anguish, and it will never be again. But not a dog shall move his tongue against any of the people of Israel, nor shall any of their animals die. Then you will know that Jehovah makes a distinction between Egyptians and Israelites. All these officials of yours will come running to me, bowing low and begging, please leave at once and take all your people with you. Only then I will go. Then, red-faced with anger, Moses stomped from the palace. The Lord had told Moses, Pharaoh won't listen, and this will give me an opportunity of doing mighty miracles to demonstrate my power. So although Moses and Aaron did these miracles right before Pharaoh's eyes, the Lord hardened the heart so that they wouldn't let the people leave the land. Then the Lord said to Moses, I'm sorry, that's the end of 11 for me.
Yeah, you just read something I'd never saw before. And after I will go out, and after that I will go out. And then he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. Read that section, verse 8?
Okay, verse 8. I gotta find it. All these officials of yours will come running to me, bowing low and begging, please leave at once and take all your people with you. Only then will I go. Then, red-faced with anger, Moses stomped from the palace.
So I thought Jehovah was talking here. Now it sounds like Moses is talking. Did it just switch on me and I missed it?
Verse 4, it switched to Moses.
Verse 4 switched to Moses?
And Moses said,
okay.
Correct. Yes, verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay. So this plundering of Egypt has taken place before, not the day of the Exodus. This has taken place before. Okay. Chapter 12.
Here I am.
Go ahead, tell us 4.
Now the Lord spoke to Moshe and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be your beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, On the 10th of this month, every man shall take for himself a lamb according to the house of his father, a lamb for a household. And if the household is too small for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the person, according to each man's need. You shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats. Now you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. Then the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall keep it at twilight. And they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorposts and on the lintel of the houses where they eat it. Then they shall eat the flesh of that night, roasted in fire, with unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Do not eat it raw, nor boiled at all with water, but roasted in fire, its head with its legs and its entrails. You shall eat none of its remain until morning, and what remains of it until morning you shall burn with fire. And thus you shall eat it with a belt on your waist, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. So you shall eat it as It is the Lord's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and they will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment. I'm the Lord. Now the blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be on you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. So this day shall be to you a memorial, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. You shall keep it a feast by everlasting ordinance. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall remove the leaven from your house. For whoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. On the first day there shall be a holy convocation, and on the 7th day there shall be a holy convocation for you. No manner or work shall be done on them, but that which everyone must eat, that only may be prepared by you. So you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for on this same day I will have brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day throughout your generations as an everlasting ordinance. In the first month, on the 14th day on the month at evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at evening. For 7 days no leaven shall be found in your houses. Since whoever eats what is leavened, that same person shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he is a stranger or a native of the land. You shall eat nothing leavened in all your dwellings. You shall eat unleavened bread. Then Moshe called for all the elders of Israel and said to them, pick out and take lambs for yourselves according to your families, and kill the Passover lamb. And you shall take a bunch of hyssop, dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 doorposts, which the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out of the door of his house until morning. For the Lord will pass throughout to strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and not allow the destroyer to come into your house to strike you. And you shall observe this thing as an ordinance for you and your sons forever. It will come to pass when you come to the land which the Lord will give you, just as he promised that you shall keep this service. And it shall be when your children say to you, what do you mean by this service? That you shall say, it is the Passover sacrifice of the Lord, who passed over the houses of the children in Israel in Egypt, when he struck the Egyptian and delivered our households. So the people bowed their heads and worshipped. Then the children of Israel went away and did so, just as the Lord has commanded Moshe and Aaron, so they did. And it came to pass at midnight that the Lord struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn on a captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of livestock. So Pharaoh rose in the night, he, all his servants, and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was none of the dead. Then he called for Moshe and Aaron by night and said, Rise, go out from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go serve the Lord as you have said. Also take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and go on and bless me also. And the Egyptian urged the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, we shall all be dead. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, having their kneading bowls bound up in their clothes of their shoulders. Now the children of Israel had done according to the word of Moshe, and they had asked from the Egyptian articles of silver, articles of gold, and clothing. And the Lord has given the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they granted them what they requested. Thus they plundered the Egyptians. Then the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 630 men on foot, besides children. A mixed multitude went up with them also, and flocks and herds, a great deal of livestock. And they baked and leavened the cakes of the dough which they had brought out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were driven out of Egypt and could not wait, nor had they prepared provisions for themselves. Now the sojourn of the children of Israel who lived in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, on that very same day, it came to pass that all the armies of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night of solemn observance to the Lord for bringing them out of the land of Egypt. This is that night of the Lord, a solemn observance for all the children of Israel throughout their generations. And the Lord said to Moshe and Aaron, this is the ordinance of Passover. No foreigners shall eat it, but every man's servant who is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then he may eat it. A sojourner and a hired servant shall not eat it. In one house it shall be eaten. You shall not carry any of the flesh outside the house, nor shall you break one of its bones. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger dwells with you and wants to keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it, and he shall be as a native of the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat it. One law shall be for the native born and for the stranger who dwells among you. Thus all the children of Israel did, as the Lord commanded Moshe and Aaron, so they did. And it came to pass on that very same day that the Lord brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt according to their armies.
Thank you, Telesphore. And I'm smiling as I'm listening to him read because I can hear his passion coming out. If you've ever get the chance to watch Telesphore teach, it's awesome. It's really cool. And I got to see that over in Burundi with him. Thank you again, Telesphore. Okay, there's a few things here I just want to mention. When they kill the lambs, they are killed at the threshold of their door, of their main door, the coming in door. And in the corner of the threshold, off to the side, is a bowl. It's hollowed out right in the threshold itself. And that's where they put the blood in this bowl in the threshold, and they would dip into that bowl to put the blood on the door. But this was the place where they made the contract, a blood covenant contract, and that's why they had these bowls there. So this was a normal thing to do, to kill an animal when you're making a contract at the door. The other thing I got to point out here, it says 430 years, verse 40. Now the sojourn of children of Israel who lived in Egypt was 430 years. So people take that and they say they were in Egypt 430 years, and that is not correct. The sojourn of Israel was 430 years. Part of that sojourn was 215 years in Egypt. The other part was in the land of Canaan. Jehovah said to Abram, your descendants will be 400 years in a land not theirs. That was 30 years after the covenant made with Abraham. Isaac was 10. And he spent 400 years in a land that was not his. He didn't own any of the land in Canaan. It was not given to them yet. And one, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe this is the first time we read in verse 49, there shall be one law for the native born and the stranger who dwells among you. I believe that's the first time we see that. I believe. I could be wrong.
No, I thought I saw that earlier in some of the readings we did today. So
We did? Okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe I'm mixing yesterday up. I don't know, but
I don't recall seeing it today, but it jumped out
I'll
at
take a
me.
look.
This is before Mount Sinai though. So like, wow, this is before Mount Sinai. So if somebody can find another one, correct me if you can. Not if you can. Correct me if you would, please. Okay, chapter 13.
Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, sanctify to me every firstborn, the first offspring of every womb among the sons of Israel, both man and beast. It belongs to me.
Excuse me, Shauna.
Yes?
So I forgot to mention that everything that we just read here in chapter 12, and they left the land that same day. So now you're reading about the consecration of the firstborn. So this is what we started to do as a tradition. It's not a commandment, as a tradition, starting the night before, and the consecration of the firstborn. The firstborn of Israel that were not killed.
And that's
So
where
this-
the fast comes from?
Pardon me?
That's where the fast comes from?
Yes.
That tradition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Carry
Real
on.
quick, I just did a quick search. You're right. It's right here. This is where it says one law.
Glenn, I'll tell you what I tell my kids. I am always right. You just got to figure it out.
I'm merging. I've read this yesterday too, and we did some reading, so I'm thinking it's all today.
Yeah.
That's
no,
what
very
happens
good.
when you get old.
No, thank you, Glenn, for double checking me. Thank you. Okay, Shauna.
And Moses said to the people, remember this day in which you went out from Egypt, from the house of slavery. For by a powerful hand the Lord brought you out from this place, and nothing leavened shall be eaten. On this day, in the month of Abib, you are about to go forth. And it shall be when the Lord brings you to the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, which he swore to your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall observe this rite in this month. For 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a feast to the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten throughout the 7 days, and nothing leavened shall be seen among you, nor shall any leaven be seen among you in all your borders. And you shall tell your son on that day, saying, it is because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt, and it shall serve as a sign to you on your hand, and as a reminder on your forehead, that the law of the Lord may be in your mouth. For with a powerful hand the Lord brought you out of Egypt. Therefore you shall keep this ordinance at its appointed time from year to year. Now it shall come about that when the Lord brings you to the land of the Canaanite, as he swore to you and to your fathers, and gives it to you, that you shall devote to the Lord the first offspring of every womb, and the first offspring of every beast that you own. The males belong to the Lord. But every first offspring of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. But if you do not redeem it, then you shall break its neck. And every firstborn of man among your sons you shall redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? Then you shall say to him, With a powerful hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt, from the house of slavery. And it came about, when Pharaoh was stubborn about letting us go, that the Lord killed every firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord the males, the first offspring of every womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. So it shall serve as a sign on your hand, and as phylacteries on your forehead, for with a powerful hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. Now it came about, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines, even though it was near. For God said, Lest the people change their minds when they see war, and they return to Egypt. Hence God led the people around by the way of the wilderness to the Red Sea, and the sons of Israel went up in martial array from the land of Egypt. And Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had made the sons of Israel solemnly swear, saying, God shall surely take care of you, and you shall carry my bones from here with you. Then they set out from Succoth and camped in Etham on the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord was going before them in a pillar of cloud by day to lead them on the way, and in a pillar of fire by night to give them light, that they might travel by day and by night. He did not take away the pillar of cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people.
Thank you, Shauna. There's a couple things here. And this is actually, today, this is where we should stop. But because there's so much we got to cover in the next few days, we're going to carry on a little bit longer here and go up to 19 and just go the extra mile today, because we may not, we may or may not, I don't know. I'm thinking we're not going to have enough time is what I'm thinking on Shabbat and next Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday.
Well,
Okay,
everybody's asking for a Sunday meeting,
a Sunday meeting.
Feast of First Fruits meeting.
Well, that'd be Shabbat.
Okay.
We'll talk. Let me just say, I just noticed something else that I didn't see before, which is why we should go through this. And it says the Jehovah says he's going to give them the land of the Hittites. Where did I see that? Verse 5. And it shall be when the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites. I know where that land is. And the Hittites. I'd never thought of it till just now. The Amorites, I know where they are. The Hivites, the Jebusites, which he swore to your fathers to give them. Does it say Hittites in the other times he's going to give them the land? It does? It never dawned on me. I don't know why. The land of the Hittites is Turkey. I've never seen Israel, the maps for the promised land, go up into Turkey. They always stop at the Turkey border in northern Syria. But the Hittites owned the land all the way up to the Black Sea. And they only got driven out of there by the Babylonians when they joined up with the Assyrians and lost that war?
Yeah, it's in 13:5. Brings
13.
into the land the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Hivites and the Jebusites.
Are the Hittites mentioned earlier than that, Glenn?
I don't know. I just noticed it in 13:5.
Yeah. But is it mentioned
It's-
to Abraham?
It's mentioned in Genesis 15, verse 18 on says, on that day, Jehovah made a covenant with Abram, saying to your offspring, I give this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the great Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
See, the Assyrian Empire was on the other side of the Euphrates. And the Hittites were on this side of the Euphrates in Turkey. And the Hittites and the Assyrians joined forces at one time. And were defeated by the Babylonians in
It's also
609.
it's also in chapter 3, verse 8 of Exodus.
Exodus 3, verse 8. Okay, thank you, Marilyn.
You know, it's a huge swath that was promised.
Yeah, but
Huge.
if you look at all the maps, they only go up to northern Syria. They never go into Turkey. The land of the Hittites goes
It's
all the way
also
up
to
into
include
Turkey.
also to include the entire peninsula of Saudi Arabia, not cutting it in half. It goes all the way.
Exactly. It's gigantic.
Of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Who's this Randy Case? Where'd he come from? I thought he was in the air.
Not yet.
Very good. Okay. Okay. The other thing I want to point out is verse 17. Then it came to pass that Pharaoh had led the people of, then it came to pass that when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God did not lead them by way of the land of the Philistines. Okay, that's what it is. So the land of the Philistines is a highway that goes along the Gaza Strip. So if you go from Goshen along the Gaza Strip, they'll take you straight to Jerusalem. You know, it's what is it? 2-hour drive? Not, you know, it's not that long.
Like a 3-day walk.
No, it's a 2-hour drive. 60 miles an hour. 120 miles. Okay, a 2-day walk. Yes, you're right. Oh man, did I just say that out loud? Oh no.
2 days. I can't even walk 20 miles in a day. Jeez.
Yeah. So, but if you read in the Chumash, there's a footnote about this. Ephraim left at the 400-year mark, and they started marching up into what is now the state of Israel, and they got slaughtered by the Philistines. And they came home, and Ephraim was mourning greatly because they lost so many men. And if you check these census, the first census, you'll see that Ephraim has one of the smallest number counts, and that's quite surprising for one of the tribes that's got one of the biggest blessings. But they got wiped out by the Philistines because they went too early. They went in the 400th year and not the 430th year. They had done the calculations and they got them wrong. That's a serious lesson for us to be aware of.
Yes, timing is very important.
Why are we watching the barley? We are standing back and watching for the cloud. Why are we not making a decision that it's going to be on, you know, this date every year? Because that'll get you killed. You got to be watching Jehovah. You got to be watching him. And they didn't watch, they calculated, and they got wiped out. Okay. We're at 14, right?
Yep.
14.
It's me, Scott.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott.
Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they turn and camp before Pi Haroth, between Migdol and the sea, opposite Baal Zephon. You shall camp before it by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, They are bewildered by the land. The wilderness has closed them in. Then I will harden Pharaoh's heart, so that he will pursue them, and I will gain honor over Pharaoh and over all his army, that the Egyptians may know that I am the Lord. And they did so. Now it was told the king of Egypt that the people had fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? So he made ready his chariot and took his people with him. Also he took 600 choice chariots and all the chariots of Egypt, with captains over every one of them. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued the children of Israel, and the children of Israel went out with boldness. So the Egyptians pursued them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, his horsemen and his army, and overtook them camping by the sea, beside Pi-Haroth, before Baal-Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. So they were very afraid, and the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. Then they said to Moses, Because there were no graves in Egypt, have you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Why have you dealt with us, to bring us up out of Egypt? Is this not the word that we told you in Egypt, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moses said to the people, Do not be afraid. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians who you see today, you shall see again no more forever. The Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. And the Lord said to Moses, Why do you cry to me? Tell the children of Israel to go forward. But lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I indeed will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, and they shall follow them. So I will gain honor over Pharaoh and over all his army, his chariots, and his horsemen. Then the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gained honor for myself over Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. And the angel of God, who went before the camp of Israel, moved and went behind them, and the pillar of cloud went from before them and stood behind them. So it came between the camp of the Egyptians and the camp of Israel, thus a cloud and darkness to the one, and it gave light by night to the other, so that the one did not come near the other all that night. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea into dry land, and the waters were divided. So the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea on the dry ground, and the waters were a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued and went after them into the midst of the sea, all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. Now it came to pass in the morning watch that the Lord looked down upon the army of Egyptians through the pillar of fire and cloud, and he troubled the army of the Egyptians. He took off their chariot wheels, so that they drove them with difficulty. And the Egyptians said, Let us flee from the face of Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians. Then the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come back over the Egyptians, on their chariots and on their horsemen. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and when the morning appeared, the sea returned to its full depth, while the Egyptians were fleeing into it. So the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. Then the waters returned and covered the chariots, the horsemen, and all the army of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. Not so much as one of them remained. But the children of Israel had walked on dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. So the Lord saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead on the seashore. Thus Israel saw the great work which the Lord had done in Egypt, So the people feared the Lord and believed the Lord and his servant Moses.
Thank you, Scott. Now, this is huge. This is the movie, The 10 Commandments. This is the part you've been waiting and watching for. But the movie, The 10 Commandments, which I still think is awesome, doesn't even come close to what just happened. The canyon that the flame went and stopped, when you're in that canyon, the echo, the walls are going straight up, but the echo reverberates back and forth for miles. So you can hear the Egyptians, the thunder of their hooves and their chariots coming down this canyon, getting closer and closer to you. From the canyon to the beach, oh, I don't know, 200-300 yards, maybe 400 yards. Not very far. There's no place to run. At the southern end, the mountains go right down into the sea. You got this huge beach area that they're standing in. To the northern end, there's a small little area that you can sneak out, but not too many people all at once. That's now the road up into Israel. Now, I didn't get there this year, although I was trying to, but I didn't. It's quite the amazing thing. Now, you can go and look at the video from Ron Wyatt's museum. You can see the chariots underneath the water, all smashed up and destroyed. The strong east wind is a freezing cold wind. For those of you who are new, there's an article on my website, and I may throw it in the newsletter. No, I don't know about that. Maybe this week, maybe next. I don't know. If you go over, we're about to read it in the next chapter 15. Verse 8. Chapter 15, verse 8. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The floods stood upright like a heap. Okay, so what does that mean? What's a heap of water look like? The depths congealed in the heart of the sea. What does congealed mean? Those are your two clues. Now, then it also says that the sea was frothy, like a curdled. I don't know where that verse is.
Joseph,
Yes?
it says on mine, you said it's verse 8, right?
Yep.
It says, at the blast of your breath, the waters divided. They stood as solid walls to hold the seas apart. It sounded like the cold breath of Yah made them turn to ice. That's what it sounds like to me.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh.
So when you shovel snow, any of you up north who are shoveling snow, you heap it up in piles. You pile it up. You heap it up. That's what it looked like. So you have this, if you ever been to Niagara Falls or seen, you can't go there. If you ever see pictures of Niagara Falls with the water coming over frozen, it's piled in heaps going up, and the wall becomes a solid wall of ice. Or if you look at a glacier.
Or Michigan, Lake Michigan, Northern Michigan.
Northern Michigan?
Yeah, like there's a lighthouse there, and like when the wind comes, it's all like slush piles up and piles up and piles up, and it.
Yes, but not just all around the Great Lakes. We've had that here on Lake Erie. We've even had that this year. When the strong wind blows off of Lake Erie, it's freezing cold, but it piles the ice against the buildings and makes a solid wall that you can't break off. You have to wait till it melts. It's so stinking thick. That's what they had happened to them. There's other verses in here that says that they heard the trickling of water as they walked through it in the dark of the night. So just close your eyes for a moment. it's dark out. You got this army waiting to come at you, but there's a flaming wall here that you can see. You got the ocean behind you that you can hear, the Red Sea. And you got this wacko with his rod in the air saying, go forward into the water. And you're saying, you're daft. And next thing you know, this big strong wind comes up and the waters are frozen on both sides. Now, you can't see that frozen water until you get up close with your torch. And I would say that being a slave in Egypt did not afford the average person the luxury to travel north where they could see a glacier every winter. So they may not have understood what just happened. But they would have seen snow because it still snows down there every once in a while. And as they walk through this, I've experienced it at work every year. You go out in the morning, the ground is frozen hard. I can walk on it. I can drive my backhoe across it. But by 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, it's warmed up just enough that those pieces of frost now turn up. And beneath the frost is mud. And the jagged edges, you cannot walk or drive through that, even with a rubber tire backhoe, easily. Let alone, horses with sharp hooves and narrow chariot wheels. They would cut through that frost and they would drag the wheels off or cause the wheels or chariots to pull heavily, I believe is the expression it used. Jehovah looked down and he took off their chariot wheels so that they drove with them with difficulty. Well, if you got no wheels, it's pretty difficult to drive a chariot. It's not like a tricycle. So there's all these different things going on here at this time, but just, Moses just raced right over. Oh, the water came in and destroyed them. This is a big deal. You've just wiped out the most powerful nation in the world. How many chariots were there? 600 chariots?
600 chariots.
It sounds more like an ice wall fell on them instead of course, the water behind it.
It's a combination of both. Right? Once it starts going, once the sun comes up and struck the far side, it broke in from the far side coming towards Israel. Right? So they were fleeing, they were turning back, running into this wall that was coming down on them. So you take 600 chariots. Now, in the movie of Moses that I watched last night in the 10 Commandments, each chariot had at least 2 guys, sometimes 3. There are footmen that go with them. I don't know. So 600 chariots, that's 1,800 men, 2,000 men.
Mm-hmm. And they're usually sitting, from what I understand.
I don't know about that, yeah, but it could be. So
in the movie, they didn't. They were standing.
Yeah, that's still one of my favorite movies, seeing those chariots flying over that. Now, the other thing is the bottom, there's a land bridge going across the Red Sea from Nueva over to Saudi Arabia. That land bridge on either side drops off to 5,000 feet. This is the only place they could cross, but the land bridge, when the water's frozen up on either side, is 92 feet deep at its deepest point. 192 feet of solid ice wall on either side. Now, I'm not an engineer, but just do the math of how thick the ice has to be to hold back that amount of water, which water weighs 10 pounds per gallon, for 190 feet high. That's an incredible strength of frozen water. But our Jehovah, our creator, our Elohim did that for us, for our ancestors in one night. And this part of the story just blows my mind when I think about it.
And he froze the ground solid, so they were walking on dry ground.
Yes.
Until it started to thaw out and get lodged in the chariot's wheels and the horses' hoofs, and it started to bog them down till they got killed. It's pretty
Where does
cool.
it say, now it came to pass in the morning watch? So as the sun was about to come up, that the Lord looked down and shined it or through the pillar of fire and cloud, and he troubled the army of the Egyptians. So this is right as the sun is coming up or after the sun has risen up, depending on when you want to start the watch. Just this whole event is just huge. Okay, let's carry on and read chapter 15. And here, I want to give you this homework. Go and look up every word in verse 8. 15 verse 8, look up every word and see what it means by congealed and heaps. Okay, who's got chapter 15?
C'est moi.
Go ahead, Moi.
Exodus 15. Then Moses and the children of Israel sang this song to the Lord.
Oh, sorry, Kurt, I got to interrupt you. One thing. 17, where is it? Verse 16. Remember I told you about the prophecy to be paying attention to about Miriam? Okay, Moses' sister. We haven't been told her name yet. All right. Here's another one that you need to be aware of. Verse 16. But lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. That's another key verse that you need to understand. You will not understand it in English. You will understand it if you spoke Hebrew. Okay? Okay. I'm just leaving you teasers here. I want you to keep reading. Okay, Kurt?
All right. Then Moses and the children of Israel sang this song to Jehovah and spoke, saying, I will sing to Jehovah, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. Jehovah is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. Jehovah is a man of war. Jehovah is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he has cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them, they sank to the bottom like a stone. Your right hand, O Jehovah, has become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Jehovah, has dashed the enemy in pieces. And in the greatness of your excellence, you have overthrown those who rose against you. You set forth your wrath, it consumed them like stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright like a heap, and the depths congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My desires shall be satisfied on them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your wind, the sea covered them, they sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you, O Jehovah, among the gods? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You and your mercy have led forth the people whom you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength to your holy habitation. The people will hear and be afraid. Sorrow will take hold of the inhabitants of Philistia. Then the chiefs of Edom will be dismayed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, will take hold of them. All the inhabitants of Canaan will melt away. Fear and dread will fall on them by the greatness of your arm. It will be as a stone till your people pass over, O Jehovah, till the people pass over whom you have purchased. You will bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Jehovah, which you have made for your own dwelling. The sanctuary, O Jehovah, which your hands have established. Jehovah shall reign forever and ever. For the horses of Pharaoh Pharaoh went with his chariots and his horsemen into the sea, Jehovah brought back the waters of the sea upon them. The children of Israel went out on dry land in the midst of the sea. Then Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. Miriam answered them, "Sing to Jehovah, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea." So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea. Then they went out into the wilderness of Shur, and they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. Now when they came to Marah, they could not drink the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of it was called Marah. And the people complained against Moses, saying, "What shall we drink?" So he cried out to Jehovah, and Jehovah showed him a tree. When he cast it into the waters were made sweet. There he made a statue and an ordinance for them, and he tested them, and said, "If you diligently heed the voice of Jehovah your God, and do what is right in his sight, give ear unto his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the diseases on you which I have brought on the Egyptians, for I am Jehovah who heals you." Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water and 70 palm trees. So they camped there by the waters.
And
Thank
they
you, Kurt. Oh, hang on there, Holly. Just wait 1 second. Oh, I just got there's a ton here. Okay. Okay. Sombra, can you get me the Hebrew for verse 26?
The word they?
No,
Okay.
I am the
Hebrew.
Lord who heals you.
Okay.
Now there's something here. Something I just noticed again. I just noticed here today. That's why I like doing these readings. 15:2. The Lord is my strength and song, and he has become my salvation.
My Yeshua.
My Yeshua. How did they know the name of the Messiah already? I'd say I've always quoted Isaiah 42 or Isaiah 12.
That's Isaiah 12.
Yeah, I become your Yeshua. I have become your Yeshua. And there it is right there. I never saw that before. The verse 16. Okay, so here's, think about this. The last part, very last part, whom you have purchased. Where does it say Jehovah had to purchase these people?
My Redeemer.
The ransom.
Hang on there, Sombra. The ransom. Who did he give the money to?
It was not a money, it was a trade.
To who?
To the Egyptians. The Egyptians' firstborn were the trade.
What? They were killed, and then they killed all the Egyptians in the Red Sea? Like, come on. That's not.
No,
that's not a
the
fair trade.
ransom, we went through this, I believe, some time ago, that he gave the Egyptians his ransom for the firstborn of Israel.
He gave the Egyptians to who?
That's the question. Yes.
Yes.
Who runs the world right now?
To the
To
serpent.
Satan.
To
Yes.
the
Serpent.
dragon. To
Okay.
the hush. To
Okay. All of those things. Now, everything that Sombra just said, I hope you pay attention. It's part of your homework. Now, Sombra, can you read that last part of that?
last part of 26?
Yes.
How far last part?
For I am
Jehovah
Lord.
who heals you.
Oh. Ani Yehovah Refuah.
Rafua. What have I been telling you to pay attention to? Rafinu. Rafiinu. Rafua, Rafinu, they're the same words.
Yep. Well, the new ending means mine.
Yeah.
Or our.
Who heals you?
I am your healer.
Our
Hang
healer.
on. Oh, stop. What did he just heal? He hasn't healed nothing. Back up. What did he heal? He didn't heal nothing. Nobody was sick. Who was sick?
That's not true.
Hang on. Let me continue with my lie. Okay. Who's sick?
The Israelites.
Why? Okay, so why are they sick, Glenn?
Because they're embedded with sin of Egypt and the worship of all these gods.
They're bitter.
Okay, back up a little bit. So Somber's already done some homework. I'm glad to see it. Good. Okay, because I gave the leadership, those people helping me do this work here. I gave them this assignment. Go and look this stuff up. What is going on here? Now, it's a 9-hour assignment, so I don't think they got it all done. But there's enough there that they could do. Okay, verse 20. And then Miriam, the prophetess. I asked you back at the beginning today, or this afternoon, what did she prophesy? And it also says Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron. How come she's not the sister of Moses?
I wondered that.
Did you? And what did you figure
Yes,
out?
I did. When you're reading it, I'm like, well, aren't they all brothers and sisters, Aaron and Moses and Miriam?
So it's telling you something, Glenn. It's telling you that she's a prophetess before Moses was born. Because Moses wasn't her brother then.
Oh, interesting.
I got a lot of stuff on Miriam today.
You did. Good for you. Now, the other thing here, I'm just trying to get everyone excited here because this is so big. Verse 23. Now, when they came to Mara is the same word as Miriam. And there's actually, I think, 3 or 4 different spellings of Miriam, and they're all used here. Mara, they could not drink the waters because the waters of Mara, for they were Mara. Therefore, the name of the place is called Mara. It means bitter. Michelle, go ahead real quick.
Yeah, I was just going back to the question. First, we lost our ability to follow the Father in the garden, so we were turned over to Satan. So when he gave Egypt for a ransom, he redeemed us back to himself. So that means that he was healing us from the breach of being stolen from Satan. That's just a guess.
That's pretty good. Very good. Not bad.
I agree with that.
Okay. So now we're going to jump to number 25. So he cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree. Right?
Yes.
When he cast it into the waters. Where does Jehovah tell him to cast it into the waters? How did Moses know to rip the tree out and throw it in the waters? Why did Moses throw it in the waters?
Are you actually asking questions?
What?
Are you actually asking questions, or are you just hypothesizing so that everybody will have questions?
I want everybody to stop reading the scriptures and reading over stuff without understanding what it says. There is such a wealth of information right here. And you have to mute Josephine. Sorry, Josephine.
Who's that tree? Who's that tree? What's that tree?
It's not who's that tree.
It's the Torah.
Well, it's the tree of life, obviously.
No, it's not. If it was the tree of life, why throw it in the water? Why not just start eating off it right then and there?
Throw it in the water, it caused the water to be drinkable, and it saved their life.
Josephine, your mic, whatever is terrible. We're got to keep muting you. Josephine, please turn off your mic. Josephine, your mic is terrible.
We can't hear you, Josephine. You sound like a computer calling into online.
wasn't that bad, was I?
Oh,
No,
you're
you
not
weren't that
that bad, but you're pretty close.
Just
She
write it
just
in the
got a higher
chat.
octave. She's got a higher octave. Anyway,
Right
there's
in the
so
chat.
much going on here. It's so rich, but we're not even there yet.
Miss,
We're not
can I
even
say,
there.
can I say something? I can say Moses saved from the water because
You
of
can
the
what?
name. At the beginning, you ask us how Miriam is a prophetess. So she followed the wood, the little wood in which Moshe was laying, and I don't know. I just make it up,
Wait,
but it's
continue.
like
You're
he's
on the
saved
right
from
track.
the. I don't know.
She
Here I am.
followed,
Here I
she
stand. The
followed,
Spirit was with me.
she
Yeah,
followed
it's not
Moses.
Moshe and I don't know. I let
Okay.
other.
The ark of Moses in the water. She's
So
equating.
why is Miriam a prophetess? What did she prophesy? Okay, so stop. What's going on here? What is going on here? This one, just 1 sec. 1 sec.
Wow.
This
Wow.
whole episode, this whole event, what is going on? The Egyptians have been forcing Israel, to kill their firstborn. Since Moses was a child, so that was going back, what, 30 years, 40 years? No, 40 years before. No, 80 years before.
80 years, yeah.
80 years before. So there's that trauma of all the women killing their children, their men, their boys. The women got to live. So where's Moses' mother when she puts the basket in the water?
She's casting him into the sea.
She couldn't watch.
Yeah.
She couldn't watch. Miriam watched. Why? Same way you guys are watching for the barley. It's an act of faith.
Yeah. She's hoping somebody would pick him up or see what happens of him, just like we're watching for the barley.
Okay, so this becomes
what Josephine said about Moses is the wood or the tree going into the water. Moses is a picture of the Torah or the picture of the commandments. And the tree is a picture of the Torah. And so the fact that Miriam is a prophetess is she's prophesying that Moses will bring us the Torah.
I'll go with that.
I have that idea about Rachel crying her children, and it's like maybe the mother of Moshe was crying her child, and though he was brought back to her to be fed, and maybe the firstborn will be fed by a mother like Rachel, or the one that will cry, that will pray. And Miriam would have said to the Pharaoh's daughter, or I don't know, the Egyptian mother, that if only she will know somebody to feed the child.
Let me jump in there,
even
Josephine.
the first
Miriam watched. She was in the act of watching. She had no clue what was about to happen. And the one person in the whole world you do not want to find the basket was this princess of Pharaoh, the one who's killing all the boys. And yet, because Miriam was watching, she was able to jump in. You want me to get a mother to nurse the baby for you? Like,
perfect.
Where'd that come from? So, yeah. So this is where this all comes from. There's a huge midrash that the rabbis go through trying to sort this out, because where did she prophesy? And this is the same thing that they come up with, what you guys have just come up with. So kudos to you. There's a lot
Yeah,
more to
Janine
it, though.
Janine put something good in the chat. The tree represents the tree Christ died on, which was an act of love to save the world with living waters. That's interesting. And he
Okay.
was the Torah too, so.
Okay, so Moses lifted up his staff. What's his staff?
His
Over the
authority.
waters. His authority that was given to him by Jehovah. What does he take with the tree? Jehovah didn't tell him to throw the tree in the water. Moses did that by himself. He picked up the tree and threw it in the water. So the tree can't be, it's not a big tree. It'd have to be a sapling to pull it out by the roots. Sambra.
Okay, I want to go back to Miriam for a second. So
Okay.
you asked us, how is Miriam a prophetess? And I really like what Josephine said, and I completely agree with her. But here's another prophecy I see in what happened. Miriam prophesied that Mary will nurse Yeshua, calling a woman in the future to nurse a child at the breast. This is a child that will come out of her womb, which will come out of the waters. The word Moses means to be drawn out of the waters. So Yeshua comes out of the waters. And the fact that Moses was thrown into the waters in the first place, being a picture of the Torah, the fact that the tree, the Eitz, was thrown into the waters of Marah, the picture of Yeshua being thrown into Miriam's womb, that's a picture of the Torah coming into the world. But the fact that the water, well, the question is, are the people Marah or is the waters Marah? And the thing is, if the people are Marah, if the people are bitter, how do you resolve bitterness? You throw Torah into it. If I have bitterness in my heart, what do I need to do? I need to study the word and live out the word. Because how can I live out the word if I'm feeling bitterness? That's what purges the bitterness out of my life, is if I put the word of God, the Torah, into my heart.
Yeah.
It's the
It's for your life.
gospel. It's the whole picture of the gospel right there in, what is it,
Yeah.
5 verses?
But it's more than that. It's more than that. Let's man, I'm trying, you got me excited. This is so big, brethren. Like I'm about to drop not just a bomb. I'm about to drop on you a huge
So when they
bomb.
say, where is Yeshua? Where is that? It's right here. It's all here. The end from the beginning. It's right here. Where is Yeshua in Torah? They always ask me that. Where is Yeshua in Torah? It's peppered.
It is peppered.
It's
Okay,
even
let's
right in here.
I think we got to read chapter 16. I'm not sure we got to read after that, but let's read chapter 16. There's more here. Who's up?
Okay, me.
Holly, go ahead.
And they took their journey from Elim, and all the assembly of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sion, and which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Mitzrayim. The whole assembly of the children of Israel murmured against Moshe and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Jehovah in the land of Mitzrayim, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill the whole assembly with hunger. Then said Jehovah unto Moshe, behold, I will rain bread from the heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather certain rate each day, every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gathered daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel at evening, then ye shall know that Jehovah has brought you out from the land of Mitzrayim. And in the morning, then you shall see the glory of Jehovah, for that he hears your murmuring against Jehovah, or Jehovah, and that and what are we that ye murmur against us? And Moshe said, this shall be when Jehovah shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. For that Jehovah hears your murmuring, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Jehovah. And Moshe spoke unto Aaron, say unto all the assembly of the children of Israel, come near before Jehovah, for he has heard your murmuring. And it came to pass, as Aaron spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Israel, that they looked towards the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Jehovah appeared in the cloud. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread, and you shall know that I am Jehovah Elohim. It came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew laid round about the host. And when the dew was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as a hoar found on the ground, frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, this is the bread which Jehovah has given you to eat. This is the thing that Jehovah has commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did mit it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moshe, but some of them left of it until morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, and every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the assembly came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, this is that which Jehovah has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Jehovah. Bake that which ye will bake today, and see that ye will see. And that which remains over, lay up for you to be kept until morning. And they laid it up till morning, as Moshe bade. And it did not stink, neither was there any worms within. And Moshe said, eat that today, for today is the Sabbath unto Jehovah. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Sabbath, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, How long refuse ye to guard my commandments and my Torah? See, for that Jehovah has given you the Sabbath. Therefore he gives you on the 6th day the bread for 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the seventh day. So the people rested on the seventh day, and the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it was like the coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made from honey. And Moshe said, this is the thing that Jehovah commands. Fill an omer of it to be kept in your generations, that they may see the bread wherein I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said to Aaron, take a pot and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Jehovah to be kept for your generations. As Jehovah commanded Moshe, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to the land inhabited, and did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. And now an omer is the 10th part of the ephah.
Thank you, Holly. That, I don't think we need to read the next two chapters, and we're running out of time, and I want to go back here and drop the bomb. This, first of all, right now we're reading today on the first day of unleavened bread, and I was wanting to read up to the seventh day of unleavened bread. The seventh day of unleavened bread is when they crossed the Red Sea and got to the other side. And that was back here at chapter 15, which we've done. The manna here is important as well. But the manna, it says in chapter 16, verse 2, is it 2? And on the 15th day of the second month, verse 1, on the 15th day of the second month, after they departed from the land of Egypt. So we know they departed on the 15th day, which is today, of the first month. A whole month has now departed before the manna arrives. I didn't know that before. I didn't realize that before. So I'm still learning, and things are clicking in my brain. But now they got manna after the 15th day. Now, go back to chapter 15. For I am Jehovah who heals you. Rafinu. Ra'efinu. Okay. There's another part here. Where did I lose it? I lost it again. Oh, back to the tree, verse 25. So he cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree. Doesn't tell him to do nothing with the tree, doesn't tell him what to do with the tree. He just showed, there's a tree. When he cast it into the waters were made sweet. Here's the part. Pay attention to this part. Underline this. Make it work. Therefore, no, not therefore. There, he, Jehovah, made a statute and an ordinance for them, and there he tested them. And said, verse 26, if you diligently heed the voice of Jehovah your God, and do what is right in his sight, give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of the curses, none of the diseases on you, which I have brought on the Egyptians. What statutes and what ordinances?
What chapter? I'm sorry, I had to leave out an emergency. What chapter?
Chapter 15, verse 25 and 26.
Right, he hadn't mentioned them yet.
Okay, what are they?
But they had always existed because
Exactly.
the Torah defines Jehovah, the Torah defines us. It's already there from creation.
Michelle?
Yeah, well, I guess Sombra just said it. Basically, the Torah was taught to Adam in the garden because that's what it says. He learned the Torah from the beginning.
Right. You're both right. It's always been there. Now, they wanted a day off to rest So they're already talking about the Sabbath before they even left Egypt. Now, a month after this, crossing the Red Sea, or 3 weeks later, they're now getting manna and being tested on the Sabbath again. Right?
So they didn't keep the Sabbath, we're insinuating, for the first month?
No, I'm insinuating they did.
Okay, well, I would think so too, but it's not
Okay,
there.
but just another thing, notice, remember I showed you the charts here? Oh, you can't see them. Anyway, the charts, they left on the Sabbath, and the seventh day, no, they left on the Sunday. On the seventh day, they were crossing the Red Sea. That's a 21-mile hike on the Sabbath day. How far are you supposed to walk on the Sabbath?
What do they call it? A Sabbath day's journey?
Exactly. Who made up that rule?
The Jews.
How many times did Moses go up and down the mountain on the Sabbath? And then again on the high holy day. On Saturday, he went up and down twice. On the Sunday, he went up again with the 70 elders. I've been up and down once. It just about killed me. And I'm dying to go again.
It just shows that they went on eagle's wings. Because even leaving Egypt that first day and getting to their first encampment was like 80 some kilometers.
I know, right?
Well, the encampment that they talk about is near the bottom end of near Eilat. It's just west of Eilat. And from that encampment, they went south. Pardon me, Glenn?
They moved day and night too, from what I remember.
Oh yeah, it was day and night. It was nonstop. Now I did a 26-mile marathon, or not marathon, 26-mile walkathon when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old. Easy peasy, no problem. Right? But we were just having fun being kids then. So here's the thing. They're at the bitter waters. It's connected to Miriam. And Miriam sings her song. No, she hasn't sung her song yet. Where is that song?
Right after they get across the Red Sea.
No, that was Moses.
Oh.
And all of Israel.
She's at the bottom of 15.
The bottom of 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20.
So she's, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's encouraging the women to sing and play the timbrels. Right? And they have to sing because they've just seen another traumatic event. Is this God, Jehovah, going to do the same thing to us? What is going on? This, like, you've just watched an entire nation, all the men of the army just got wiped out. Right before your eyes. First thing in the morning. You haven't even had your cup of coffee yet. And now we get to the bitter waters. And okay, so the bitter waters from the Red Sea. How far a hike is Randy still here? No, he might not be.
He left.
Goodbye.
Okay. From the Red Sea to the bitter waters is I don't know, not even a day's walk. And it's nice, it's wide, it's flat. It's easy walking. So here's the bomb. It's, we're running out of time. So here's the bomb. A few months later, so we now got to the manna in the second month. In the fifth month, they make the golden calf. They make the golden calf. What does Moses do? He comes down, he grinds up the golden calf and makes it into dust, throws it in the water, makes them drink it. And then he goes out and he tells the Levites to go out and kill them. And they kill 3,000 that day. Right? What did he just do? So Somers, you put in the side the link to Aleph Beta. Okay, I hope you go and watch it. Go and watch that over the next few days. That's not going to give you what I'm about to give you. That's going to give you the rest of the backstory to this information. You need that backstory to understand what I'm about to say. Numbers 5. It talks about the Sota woman, or the woman who's wandered away, the unfaithful woman. And that woman has got to be given bitter waters, which is taken from the water mixed with the dust of the temple floor. And then she drinks it. What is that water for? The unfaithful woman. Who's it been applied to? Nobody in the Bible. But it's been applied to everybody in the Bible from the beginning. We just never saw it. I never saw it until I started working on this book I'm working on. This is now the heart and soul of everything that you're about to go through. Revelation 8 is talking about the bitter waters, the wormwood coming down, changing the waters to bitter, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, penny dropping. Here, come on. There's a bunch more pennies here. When when Moses came down off the mountain, so I'm not too sure about this part. He smashed the Torah, the 10 Commandments, into the rock, where he saw the, where I believe he saw the worshiping of Hathor, right at the foot of the mountain. He goes over. There's a stream at the foot of the mountain. That's where he's got his altar, at the foot of the mountain. But the golden calf altar is still a mile away. And he takes, and Numbers 5, they have to write the curse and then rub it out and scrape it off the paper into the water. And then they mix the dust of the floor of the temple into the water. Who is the judge here? Not any human being. The woman drinks it, and her thighs and her stomach are supposed to explode after a little while, if she's guilty. If she's not guilty, nothing happens. Okay. That's the law. The Mary Magdalene is brought to Yeshua, accused of adultery. What is the very first thing Yeshua does? He doesn't say a word. What's he do?
He pokes around in the dust on the ground.
What's he doing, Glenn?
He's writing on the ground.
What's he writing on the ground?
I'm assuming the names of some of the people that are there.
Assume not. No.
Okay. I don't know.
Now I sound like Yoda. Assume not. No. Oh, we got Darth Vader. Now I'm Yoda. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. Yoda, I'm your father. I was waiting for him to say it. He didn't do it.
He's writing about. Oh my God.
He's supposed to write, just like the soda woman, to write the curses in the ground, on the ground, and then you pick up that dust.
Yeshua is writing in the dust of the temple. He's writing the curses of the woman. He has now taken on the act of being the high priest, who is the one who's supposed to do this, so that he takes the water and then gives it to the woman. Right? But all the men are just as guilty.
Right, the man isn't there that was involved, obviously.
But
Or they all.
Yeshua was enacting the Sota law of Numbers 5. Come back to the bitter waters here. What is it that the bitter waters have now happened to them, that they can drink them? He threw a tree in there. The tree represents a staff. What's the staff represent? The authority of Jehovah. What's the very first thing they say after the tree is thrown in the water? So he cried out to the Lord, and when Jehovah showed him the tree, when he cast it into the waters were made sweet. Here's the very next thing that happened. He made a statute and ordinance with them. That's the authority. Whose authority? Jehovah. And he tested them. What's he tested? On the Sabbath. What is the statute of authority? Will you obey me? Then he goes on to say, right? He goes, oh, this is so awesome. He goes on to say, here are my statutes and my ordinances.
Ordinances.
You keep them. If you diligently heed the voice, you got to seek them out. You got to search them. You got to dig into it. You got to examine these words. You got to look up every Hebrew word in not English, but in Hebrew to understand what it means. If you diligently heed the voice of Jehovah your God and do what is right in his sight. How do you know what to do, what is right in his sight? Keep the commandments. What do we read this morning? If you love me, keep the commandments. Those who say they love me will keep the commandments. And those who keep the commandments, my Father will love them. If you diligently heed the voice of the Lord your God and do what is right in his sight, give ear to his commandments. What command? We haven't got any commandments yet. That's still Mount Sinai, still what? A month and a half away. We're only on the 15th to 21st day of the first month. Or no, it's actually 10 days after, 3 days after they cross the Red Sea. So it's the 15, 21, 24th day of the first month. Mount Sinai is the third day of the third month, right? And give ear to his commandments and keep all his statutes. I will put none of his diseases on you, on which I have brought on the Egyptians, for I am Jehovah Rephinu. Calf altar. Moses grinds up the calf and turns it into dust, puts it in the water. 3,000 people died. Now go to the Baal Peor. At the end of the 40 years, Balak couldn't curse Israel. There was nothing wrong with them until they introduced the Moabite women into them and they began to worship Baal Peor. What did they do? What is the common thing they just did at Baal Peor and the golden calf? They've bowed down to another god. Hathor, the golden calf. Baal Peor, Baal Peor, the god of holes, lust, sex, idolatry, all connected together. They have committed fornication with another god. They have committed adultery. They are only betrothed, but it's as if you're married. And they've committed adultery. Now the cup of jealousy or the Numbers 5 law that they're about to drink. How many died in Baal Peor? 24,000. We're not told about any water being ground up into or dust being put into a cup of water there. But it's got the same thing. Now you bring that down to when Israel goes into captivity. Then you bring it down to 586 when Judah goes into captivity. Now you bring it down to 70 AD when Judah is kicked out of the land. Now you bring it down to 2024. 1 year from now, and the trumpet plague of the star wormwood coming down. What is, I forget which trumpet it is right now. Third, fourth one. It comes down and turns all the water to bitterness. Bitterness brings you right back here. Bitterness should bring you to Miriam. What Miriam is at, she's at this water, her name's bitter. Then she's at the water that flows and keeps on flowing for 40 years. The split rock. And then when Miriam dies, that water stops. Why did the water stop when Miriam died? How is that connected to Miriam? Why is it connected to Miriam's death? Where are you in your relationship with Jehovah? You are about to drink the bitter waters. Are you going to die? Or do you have every confidence that you are not worshiping another God on the Zodiac calendar or the Enoch, which is just the Enoch all dressed up to be like Zodiac? Is it the Dead Sea calendar? Are you worshiping Jehovah at the right time, or have you gone back to the Hillel calendar because it's easier? What are you doing to commit a whoredom with Jehovah? And when you're given this cup of water to drink, you're not going to be actually drinking a cup of water, just so you know. You're going to be going through this time and trial directly in front of you now. Jehovah is going to judge you, not Joe Dumond, not not Nehemiah, not Michael Rood, not Rico. Nobody's going to judge you, not the Jews, not the high priest. Jehovah himself is going to judge you, and he will decide whether you are committing adultery or not. And you got to remember, there's 144,000 virgins. They're not committing adultery. And you want to be amongst those virgins. Numbers 5 and what's going on right here at the bitter waters in Exodus 15 is so huge. I've just spent, like I said, I had the 10 Days of Awe book pretty much written except for the last few chapters. And then I started doing, some tweaking and going back and tweaking led to this. And this led me to this understanding, which is, if you know Eileen Espinoza, it takes a lot for her to go, wow. And she's got her mouth going, wow, all the time, helping me research this chapter. It's got me stunned. Everything that we've done to Jehovah has been through this Sota test. And we've been failing it all these years. That's why we got these curses. That's why these things are happening. That's why the plagues of Egypt are coming on us now. It didn't have to be that way. It's coming. You can make a difference for you and your family. Stop worshiping these other gods. Stop playing the game of religion with all this other hamashit that's over there. And get back into reading this Bible and just reading it only. If my books are causing you to go astray, throw out my books. Stop reading them. Read your Bible and read it only. And go back to the original Hebrew. It's now final exam time. Anyway, I'm still there. All I'm doing is just giving you little bits and pieces of what I'm trying to put into words. And I haven't got it put into words yet because it's so big, so unbelievable. And I thought I'd have it done by the end of March, April. I'm struggling maybe, June, July, August now. I don't know. This is huge. So Sombra's put in the side there. I hope you got it. Rafinu, it's about 9 parts. I don't know if you can watch it all unless you sign up for them. Watch what you can. Get as much of it out of it as you can. Okay, I think I'm done. Anyone else want to talk? Oh, Nancy got her hand up real quick. Go ahead, Nancy.
The bitter water thing. I've been wondering why it hasn't been a situation yet.
Hasn't what?
In a situation already.
Been a situation?
Yeah. I'll explain why. I'm sure all of you are very well remembering the BP oil spill. And that was in 2010. And what they used to clean up the BP oil spill was a super bacteria that's found extremely deep in the ground. And you can't just look up core exit, as a super bacteria. You have to use their codes of what core exit, which is the disbursement that killed all the people that are trying to clean it up. Here's my situation is that, and I've tried to talk to a few other people about this. There is the tar balls that are down deep in the water. You mentioned the red tide not long ago. The tar balls literally are tar balls of oil that the core exit is supposed to eat over a period of 1,000 years. When you look at it on top of the water, it looks like Tide laundry detergent. Core exit does. All right. There's a thing called flesh-eating bacteria. I'm sure all of you have heard of that. We discovered that this is a situation, it not just eats oil, it'll eat human flesh. It will go through your body, it'll eat your eyes, it'll eat your insides, all of those things. So if you get in the water and when it's real warm, it's more active. It can get inside your body and cause flesh-eating bacteria. And people go, oh, this has been going on for a long time. They literally did a test on those oil balls and they found Vibrio fasciatus is what I think it's called, or something close to it. I'm getting to a good point here, Joe. All right. So wormwood is supposed to come, a star or something out of the sky, right? And this one day while we were still in Florida and I walked in my backyard, I noticed my baby roses had in its leaves little veins full of oil. And one of the things that I noticed too was on cars in 2011, little of those Tide looking laundry detergent specks all over cars. And you couldn't just blow it off. You had to take your fingernail and like chip it off. Okay, so the core exit and the oil is in the rain. It's still in the rain. During the summer times and things like that, it's growing. Now it's become, because it's in the rain, it's becoming now more of an ammonia in the water, in the drinking water. Somebody just got, I guess, did the neti pot like up their nose or something. It was Vibrio. There's a friend of mine I just met recently that she was the one that told me about how they did, because she's a scientist. So my point is this, there's people already that are being exposed to this that are not getting sick. And there's people that are being exposed to it that are losing their life. If you fall down and scrape your arm on a piece of the concrete and it rained maybe a few hours before, you will probably lose your arm the next day if it's not treated right away. That's how serious it is. So my point is this, I have always felt this wormwood and all this stuff with the bitter waters is somehow connected. And I know that sounds like I'm going out on a long stem here, but when we're talking about seeing the plagues and seeing what's going on, and you talked about the lakes drying up, I believe this is all a connection. This is something that we're going to see a connection to. And the bitter waters, when Yahushua was, when he was on the stake or tree, whatever, and they gave him the sponge, the drink that was bitter water, he paid that bride price when the woman cheated. So if he paid that price for our cheating, I believe we all cheated once before. We've all done that. So my question is, if that's the case, then he's already paid that price. Is it only going to be a judge for the people then that don't realize maybe they really are doing pagan worship? Is it only going to be for the people that are keeping Torah and being obedient? I mean, that's a huge question there, Joe.
Not a huge question. It's a very simple question. We just read it this morning. If you love me, keep my commandments.
All right.
Bottom line, period.
But he
exclamation
paid,
mark. Sorry.
But he paid the bride price, right? He
Well,
paid
hang on. What did he pay?
Price.
For who?
When Yahushua was on the cross or on the stake, I try not to say cross.
But what
he
did
drank the bitter
what
water.
did he pay? Hang on. That was vinegar.
Okay.
He did not drink the bitter water for us so that we don't have to. He is paid the price if we choose to accept that as our payment. We accept that as our payment when we obey. Those people in the world who are not obeying, they've made a choice.
Even though they believe in him.
Everyone
that's
says
gonna
they
be
believe
their
him.
argument. I'm not
The-
arguing with you, I
The
understand.
Hindus say they believe in him.
Right, but they
The
don't,
Iranians say they believe in him.
right,
The Russians say they believe in him. Everyone says they believe in God. Everyone. Even the atheists believe in a God. The
right.
trouble is, none of them obey the creator of the world.
Right.
And that's their problem. You must obey. So whether or not this stuff in the BP disaster back in 2010, I remember that. And I remember the stuff washing up on shore. That does not line up with Revelation, where a star comes out of heaven and turns the water into bitterness. So I will not accept that as what that is. I will watch for something to come out of heaven, a meteor or a huge rocket or something, but I
Okay.
will wait until that happens and I
But you're
will watch for
missing
it.
my point. I'm telling you that stuff is in our reign. It is going to come out of heaven. It is coming out of heaven.
I'm not missing your point. The point is Revelation 8 has not happened yet. So
Okay.
the star wormwood has not landed yet. So I do not try to force prophecy to fit man-made conditions. I am watching, and that's what we're supposed to be doing, watching. Same way as we're watching the barley, watching. And okay, this was a test this year. We're going to be tested. We're continually going to be tested. But we must be watching what he said is coming. And if it doesn't fit, okay, you can't make it fit. You can't
Well, I
force it.
did a real heavy duty study on wormwood, and there is a wood called wormwood.
Yeah.
And then the whole star thing. So can we have a study on this star? Or have you already done that?
I've also, well, the study I did, the wormwood was like the Chernobyl, and that was where I would end up. The bitter waters from the radioactive ingredients. We can, but we're missing the point. And if we start studying this wormwood, we've missed the point of what I've just taught you here. The bomb is the bitter waters, and those bitter waters are pure waters from the temple, the Gihon spring. They're the pure waters from the Mount Sinai.
Okay.
Right? It's not the water that's bitter. The water that they drank here was bitter, and then all of a sudden it's made clean. It's not the water. It's got nothing to do with the water. What was scraped in Numbers 5? What was scraped into the water? The curses. Zechariah 5. What are the curses that are written on the two Megillah that are flying through the air? There's two Megillah, two Torah scrolls, two flying things that are driven by two women or two fires.
Yeah, he calls them the curses.
They're curses, and for liars.
Does
What
that
is
say
it?
where they're going to?
Does that what?
Those flying scrolls, are they distant? It doesn't say where the destination is in Zechariah, isn't it?
It's going to go into every home of the liar, and it's going to
And the
consume
thief.
even the wood, and the liar and the thief. And who is the liar and the thief? Those who worship Satan. Satan is the liar and the thief from the beginning. So those who are worshiping him through their false doctrines, through their false ideology, where they are not obeying Jehovah, they're not keeping all the commandments, they're not keeping the fourth commandment, they're not keeping the Sabbath, they've changed the holy days to different other holy days.
Mm-hmm.
All these
Isn't that
things,
based in the land of Shinar?
there are places, there's a house for them in the land of Shinar, and where's that?
Babylon,
Turkey.
isn't it?
Well, Babylon, it's Iraq, it's Iran, it's Syria.
But Joe, do you think they're actually missiles, actual kind of
Yeah,
missiles?
that's what I was going to say.
Well, what's a flying Megillah?
Well, if you look at the construction, it's got the same sort of dimensions. It's got a layered top. Do you know what I mean?
Scud
It's
missile.
it's got the exact same dimensions of the Scud missiles that Saddam Hussein has fired into Israel. Those are the exact same dimensions as the Megillah. So put yourself in the time of Zechariah. when was that? 450 BC? And
Yeah.
describe a missile, but you don't know what a
Yeah.
missile is,
Yeah.
right? You have no clue. And this is the first thing you see in a dream. Boom, you don't know. So again, I will not, and I try not to, and I may have been guilty in the past. I'm trying not to now. Force fit what these things are. It's a flying Megillah. It looks like a missile. It's aimed at consuming the fire and the wood and the stone. And it's aimed
And
at
it
those who
sticks
lie.
around. Yeah,
It-
and it stays in the house or
It-
in the stone.
It consumes those who are not obeying Jehovah. So the bitter water curse. Okay, the bitter water curse, Numbers 5. What is it? 1 to 11? Maybe the whole chapter, I forget. It's about the curse, not the water, not the dust on the floor. Got nothing, nothing to do with that. It's not about the stuff that's blotted out, because the blotting out, that song that Shane played today was such an awesome song, tying the days of unleavened bread into the Day of Atonement. Beautiful. The blotting out of your sins, when they're scraped into the waters, right? You drink it. If you're guilty, you die. If you're not guilty, boom. You've proven to our husband that we are not guilty. So again, go back to the Torah. Go back to Numbers 5. Go back to the Raphainu at the Aleph Beta. Start putting all these things together, and then read what we just read again. The last, I went everything we did today to get up to the end of chapter 15. This is huge. Every curse that we have coming, everything that we see on the nightly news is because of this curse in Numbers 5. And here at the Bitter Waters. Sarkis, go
He's
ahead.
been warning us since then.
He's been warning us since the Garden of Eden,
Yes.
because the first ones to get the bitter waters was Adam and Eve when they got put out.
I like to present different concept or idea, the same subject.
Where's this getting used to his? Come on now.
No. Everybody has their opinion. Let me share my opinion. Might be right or wrong.
Okay, I can't find the mute button here.
That's okay. When we look at it here, it's when they came out of the Red Sea, they were born again. They're a new nation. They would not have become new nation if they did not destroy the Egyptian army, because they would have continued. So what we see here is that death represents basically being born again. It's a new birth, and so that's the first fruit. And they came out of the Red Sea, on the first fruit, the day of the first fruit. Okay, and so if you count 3 days after that is resurrection of the Messiah. It's a pattern of.
Hang on, no.
Hold on, let me finish.
The coming out of the Red Sea was 7 days later, not 3.
6 days later. 6 days.
Oh, the 7th day of unleavened bread.
Yep. They came out on the 7th day of the unleavened bread.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do we see there? 3 days later, it says a journey from the Red Sea to Mara. It's 3 days.
Yes.
Now the bitter water is in the imagery of here Messiah resurrected, the very one who they crucified. They have to make a decision.
Okay, so hang on.
Do you accept him as a Messiah or not? That's a bitter water.
No, just so I'm following you, because you lost me here.
That's okay.
You're saying that the 3 days after the Exodus, you're comparing that to the 3 days of Yeshua being in the grave.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because he resurrects on the first fruit, Now they're dealing with bitter water because they have to make a choice. Do we believe with him? Or do we believe on him as the Messiah? Because the rumor is out there, he's resurrected. And the people are trying to hush people. I mean, the leadership. And the wood that's thrown into the water to sweeten it, it gives people a choice. Do you want to accept me or you're going to reject me? And that's a bitter water to drink. If you believe, that bitter water becomes sweet. If you don't, it's bitter. And it's an expression in ancient time that you have a choice to believe. And based on what you believe is what you get. It's bitter or sweet.
Do you have that expression someplace
No,
that
I grew up with it.
you grew up with it?
Yep. So the thing here is when a crisis happens, people make a choice. Is it a bitter crisis or a sweet? How do you, it's up to us to make, how to dictate which direction we go in life.
Does this have something to do, like with Ezekiel's, who is it? The one who takes and eats the scroll and it's sweet in his mouth and bitter in his stomach. Does that have anything to do with this?
Probably. I'm not sure. But from my understanding here, there is the challenge here. I'm looking back into the Gospels and the book of Acts. You can see the challenge now that, you know, after they crucified him, they knew that he said, this deceiver will cause more problem by if he that he would resurrect. And so let's seal the tomb. And so what you're seeing there is that they knew what they did is evil, and yet they knew that at the same time that if it's fulfilled, they're in trouble, that the people will be divided definitely. And this is exactly what happened.
They were doubling down on their wrong is what they were doing.
Exactly. So if we look from the perspective of what happened, the death, burial, resurrection, and after that, the apostles going around and preaching the gospel, that's the bitter water they have to drink. So that's
okay. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm trying to rationalize it all in my brain as you're talking.
Okay, and so I could tie it up back to chapter 2.
But so where's you? Okay, I see what you're.
Let me tie it up.
Where's the water?
Okay, let me tie it up for you. Let me tie it up.
Okay.
We go back to Exodus chapter 2, verse 11 through 15. This is when Moses comes to his brethren and he kills an Egyptian. And when he tries to settle a dispute between the Israelites, they say, hey, you killed, who made you a ruler over us and a judge? And the next thing is Pharaoh finds out about it and he runs away to Midian. This is when he was age 40. When you read, this is Exodus chapter 2:11. We read it today.
Yep.
Okay. So when you look at that, this is the first time Moses is trying to become a savior to them, a redeemer. He's trying to help him set them free from Pharaoh. And they reject him. He comes back 40 years later. Okay. So when we see that, the Israelites, this is another situation. They have to say, wow, we rejected him. And now we're questioning him. And he proves to us that he is come from Jehovah. And he starts stirring trouble for them and for the Egyptians. Finally, they once they start seeing the plagues, they align themselves with Moses, and then the Exodus happens. What is there's an expression there is that the very thing you rejected, the stone that the builders rejected became the cornerstone. It's the same thing where the leadership have to drink the bitter water that they created and recognize that, yep, we did it. We rejected Moses, now we're accepting him. And so if you look at the pattern from there, it's the same thing, 3 days that's 3 millennia later, that they're going to recognize the Messiah, which is exactly 40 Jubilees after they killed him, after they rejected the Messiah. So you're seeing 40 years with 40 Jubilees. They rejected Moses, but 40 years later, they accepted him. Here, it's going to be the same thing. 40 Jubilees later, he's going to come, and they recognize, well, we're the ones who called him, and they have to drink that bitter water and accept him. And the only way they can accept him is put that because he comes from the branch, that's the wood, that the tree that brings healing. And since he is the son of the branch, he sweetens the water. And it's a foretelling what's going to happen in future, because the Messiah does on the 4th day of creation, and he's coming back on this right at the verge of the 7th, at the end of the 6th. So it's 3 days. You've seen that.
Well, he's coming back at the end of the 7th, not the 6th.
Well,
to be
so-
on Earth. He may come back. He's going to come back at the end of the 6th as well, but he's not going to be staying here on Earth.
Yep. Well, that's the point, that they're going to come back and accept. And that's the bitter water where they're going to. And why is putting a tree? That's a question. And the only thing that's related to the tree is the Messiah. He is son of Jesse, the branch. So he's from the descendant of the branch. And so I connected that way. And so I see the correlation of 40 years of Moses and then 40 Jubilees. Except Moses came back, Jehovah sent him back. He wasn't handed over to Pharaoh.
Just
Go
one
ahead.
second. Kurt, are you still here? Kurt?
Do you need the
Sombra?
red book, Joe?
Yeah, can you look up the tree in Exodus 15? And see if there's a connection to the branch. I thought it was etz.
Yeah, 8.
It's not connected. It doesn't say branch though, does it?
You don't have a spelling of it, do you?
No, I don't. I'm just listening to what Sarkis is saying. It's got me thinking. I'm, trying to digest everything he's saying. So I'm thinking, is the word branch? You can find the word branch in Isaiah. I don't know what chapter that is. Isaiah 11, I think. I don't know. Is it the same word as tree?
Ayin Sadi.
Ayin
About
Sadi?
It's tree, wood, timber, stock, plank, stalks, tree, pieces of wood.
Where are you looking, Sarkis?
I'm looking at Strong Concordance.
For what word?
Showed him a tree which he cast.
Okay,
into
so
the water.
Exodus 11 or Exodus 15.
15:25.
Yeah.
It's 6086.
Okay.
And
What about the branch?
It comes from wood, a stick, staff,
Yeah.
and a tree. So it's a piece of a tree.
Okay, but the word branch.
Still,
The word
it's
branch that Isaiah is talking about, is that the same or similar word? That's what I'm trying
still,
to find out.
I'm
not saying
not
what you're saying is wrong. I'm just trying to back it up with scriptures.
Well, here, let me, I did a search on this long time ago, but let me do this.
About terebinth tree.
What?
The terebinth tree. The terebinth tree. I've heard that to be sitting under the terebinth tree, Abraham, the raining down of knowledge from the terebinth tree. I've heard that, and maybe there's some connection there. I don't.
Well, there's also the other scripture. I think I don't know who is this. What do you see? I see men walking as trees.
Yeah.
That's one. Who said that? Was that Ezekiel?
No, that's Yeshua who's talking. Who is just he put mud in the blind man's eyes, and the blind. He says to the blind man, "What do you see?" And he says, "I see trees." And then he does it again. He spits in his eyes, and then he says, "I see men walking around."
Okay. Did anyone look up the word branch?
Okay. Well, I've got the word 8s here. Where did it go? Okay, 8s means a tree. timber, wood, handle. So then it's also derivatives from Eitzan, Eitzi, and Eitzah. The word Eitzav means to grieve. Eitzav, grieve. Let's go to Eitzan.
What about branch? The branch.
Well, branch is a different word.
That's what I'm trying to determine in Isaiah.
Yeah. Somebody want to look up that word for me and tell me how to spell it, and I'll look it up. Eitzah, to convert into wood, lignify. Was
Joe, you need to be more specific which scripture you're talking about in Isaiah.
I don't know.
Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
If it's
5.
the branch, any one of them.
There's 5 different words for branch. English word branch and 5 different Hebrew words. So pick one.
Okay, so give me one of them. Netzer.
Netzer.
So Netzer has the 8. No, it doesn't.
So Shane's got H5341.
Yeah, but those don't help me in this book.
Okay.
So I just need the spelling.
Noon. Zariurosh.
Well, you got to be specific which
Kurt,
one
you go to the next one. I'll look up that Netzer. You go to the next one.
5, 3.
Have we looked up the branch? The branch that Isaiah is talking about.
5341 is Natsar. Noon Zadi Resh.
What was the tree that covered Jonah?
That wasn't a tree, that was a bush.
Well, I was reading in the commentary here, and it's saying that it's a shrub.
Does it say what kind of shrub it was? Because it's not a tree.
It says the Lord showed him a tree which, when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. Some travelers have pronounced this to be the Elva, E-L-V-A-H, of the Arabs, a shrub in form and flower resembling our hawthorn. Others, the berries of the Gurkhund, it's G-H-U-R-K-H-U-D, a bush found growing around all brackish fountains. But neither of these shrubs are known by the natives to possess such natural virtues. It is far more likely that God miraculously endowed some tree with the property of purifying the bitter water, a tree employed as the medium, but the sweetening was not dependent upon the nature or quality of the tree, but the power of God. And that just made me think about Jonah when he was sitting there in Nineveh and the shrub or tree that grew to shade him.
But what you just said, Ryan, is exactly what I'm saying about the Sota woman cup. It's entirely dependent upon God and not about the whether did she or did she not do it. Jehovah is the judge in the matter. So I think what you're saying there fits what I'm pointing out.
So what Brian is talking about in Jonah 4:5 says, Jonah went out of the city and he sat east of the city and made a booth for himself there, and he sat under the shade until he could see what would become of the city. So that booth is a sukkah. And then, so this one says plant, gourd, plant.
In Isaiah 11, it talks about a shoot coming up out of the stump of Jesse. From his roots, a branch will bear fruit. That's 11:1. And 11:10 says, in that day, the root of Jesse will stand as a banner for the people.
And what verse is that?
Chapter 4:2 is one I got.
Isaiah 11, verse 1 and verse 10.
Okay, so I have nuts. Okay, we got to slow down because We have to slow down. Okay, so the word natsats, which Jesse, what did you say? Root of Jesse? The root of Jesse.
I got the branch of Jesse,
Okay,
Isaiah
so-
4:2, Samak.
Okay, so
That's Samak.
Kurt, can you go look up Shin Resh Shin?
Okay, we're trying to see if this lines up with the tree
Yeah.
in Isaiah, or I mean, Exodus 15:2.
Okay.
or 15:20.
So the word branch is natsar. We have natsar, which means to watch, guard, keep, put on safety, catch. It also means to convert to Christianity. It means sprout or shoot, was bright, grew green. This is the word for natsar. So it's the root of the word Nazarene or Nazarene.
So Netzar and branch are connected. Is Netzar connected to the tree in Exodus?
So you've also got natsats, which is nun sadi tsadi, to bloom, to sprout, to blossom, sprouted blossom. What was the question?
Is the tree, have you connected the tree in Exodus thrown into the water to the branch? That's the question.
Not yet, no.
Okay,
Okay, so what was that last question? You said something about Revelation?
no,
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. You're hearing stuff. I'm just trying to see if they're connected from one tree
Okay.
to the branch.
So so a tree has a root, it has a stem, and it has branches, right? It's all of that. Kurt, do you have that word shin?
Shin Resh Shin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that?
Root, source, origin, bottom, lowest part, root, stem, to uproot. Take it. It also is take root. Was firmly implanted, became established, struck roots. He implanted. That's it.
Okay.
Okay,
But you got to be specific which word you want. There's 5 different words for branch, and they're all different.
Okay. Sarkis, you got your hand up again. Go ahead.
Let's look at the context of that verse, because this is what.
Which verse?
25, 15:25.
Okay.
And he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree, which when he cast into the waters were made sweet. And there he made for them a statute, an ordinance, and there he proved them. Who does show the statutes and ordinances? Do you see the connection there? Only Yeshua does that. Jehovah.
Well, see, I'm not disagreeing with
I'm
you.
looking at the
Sarkis.
I'm looking at the context.
I'm trying to make it ironclad. So
I don't know how to do that part. I'm trying.
well,
So
see,
who's
that's the part I'm
who's the
trying to do,
tree?
because like I
Who's
can
the
say
tree?
Yeshua is thrown into the waters, and the waters are the people of the world. And so he's thrown into the people of the world to make them sweet. I can say that, but I need to back it up. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
And so the way I'm backing it up is looking at what Moses went through. We were discussing this last night. I was sharing it. And when we compare Moses to Yeshua, we see a lot of patterns similar, but then we see contradictory pattern. Okay. The similarity is when he was born, Pharaoh was trying to kill him. Yeshua was born, Herod was trying to kill him. And when he was Moses at 40, he goes and helps his people to trying to save him from Pharaoh. Next thing you know, Pharaoh finds out about it. How else would they find out unless an Israelite told them about it? Here with Yeshua, we see the Jewish leadership, they hand him over to Pilate to kill him. So there's similarity. One escapes, one submits. And then Moses comes 40 years later, and next thing you know, they're accepting him as the Messiah, that he's going to take him out of the land of Egypt and save him from the slavery. So, but Yeshua doesn't come right away. And we see the pattern here is Moses went into wilderness for 40 years. Now, 40 Jubilees later, the pattern is Yeshua is coming back to redeem.
But Yeshua went into the wilderness for 40 days.
That's at the beginning of the ministry. And the example there, he was trying to prove himself that once he got baptized, is he accepted the commissioning. And so when we look at that, it's different than being sent away for 40 Jubilees to come back and redeem. Because when we see the difference, after Moses came 40 years later, he destroyed Egypt. Versus when Yeshua came, he healed the nation. He preached the gospel. And when they rejected, 40 years later, they destroyed themselves because they rejected him.
So Sarkis, you keep saying 40 Jubilees. That's 40 times 49, right?
Yeah. 70 AD to 2030.
Oh, you're counting from 70 AD.
Yeah, because that's the time they were dispersed. After they rejected him, they were dispersed. So if you look at
that adds up to be 2030.
Yes. And I'm using your calendar.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to follow you. So you're saying 40 Jubilees from 70 AD.
Yes, sir.
And 70 AD was at the end of that cycle, right?
Yep. It's Shemitah. When you look at the 40 years between his crucifixion, his resurrection, and the destruction of the city and the temple, it's the same thing as being in the wilderness, those who rejected Jehovah and died in the wilderness. And that's what happened. They did not enter the land, and they were dispersed. It happens the opposite. Moses comes and brings them to the land. Yeshua says, no, you need to be dispersed. I will bring you back when I come back. That's
Okay.
You see the contrast there.
The other problem
There's
I have
similarities
is,
and contrast.
the other problem I have is nothing good ever comes out of California, so I don't know what to say.
We have lots of fruits and nuts. Some of us are still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they all come off of trees. Your
Hmm.
fruits and nuts. But anyway, tree, I don't know. I look at it a little more simpler. The tree of life is Yeshua. Okay? The trees depicted in the Garden of Eden. Choose the tree of life. They didn't. They chose the tree of good and evil. The tree of life is thrown, or the tree, we'll just call it the tree, is thrown in the water, makes it sweet. The scroll, I think it was Ezekiel, where he eats the scroll. The scroll is the Torah. He eats it. It's sweet to his mouth, bitter in his stomach. I just see these connections, and I say the tree represents Yeshua.
Amen.
Or the Torah, which is the same thing, the word
Amen.
of God. Okay? So that's what he's using to clean the water, which gives the water is the water that flows from his belly. You know, I give you clean, what does he say? Living waters.
Yeah.
Living waters. Yes. So that's what I see. That's
So,
my
okay, so take just that little understanding right there. Now go back to the woman at the well. Yeshua is offering her living waters, and he also takes and does the Sota judgment on her, showing her that she's not married to 5, but she's lived with 5 men,
Right.
and she's not married. So again, it's being applied there as well. The Sota thing is huge. When you
Well, I can
understand-
see that too. When what's coming in Revelation, you refer to the bitter water that's coming from this asteroid.
So here's
It
the
makes-
thing in Revelation. People have been reading it forever, or at least 2,000 years, or 1,960 years, whatever it is, and not understanding it. Right? Why don't they understand it? First of all, they don't keep the law. They don't keep the Torah. How did we come to understand end time prophecy like we do? Because we're keeping the sabbatical and Jubilee years. And that reveals stuff to us. But if you don't understand them, then it sounds like you're talking Greek to people when you explain it. They just don't get it. The Sota law, you ask any messianic what it is and how it works and what it means, and they won't get it. They might be able to tell you a little bit, but they won't be able to tell you all the places where it applies in the Bible. And I think Jehovah's showing you this now, just before this stuff comes to happen, because he needs witnesses that I warned you, and now it's taken place. All y'all have got to become authorities on all the law so that you can be a proper witness at the trial that's going to be taking place here.
Yep. Every day, every week, I learn something. And I feel so ignorant. Even now, it's like, oh my gosh, why can't he just infuse it into our brains? Just put it in there and then we'll get it. But trying to think this stuff out and not knowing where the answers are, and maybe the answers aren't quite there, they're hidden behind the words. Oh my gosh, it's overwhelming sometimes. I don't mind learning it. I just wish there was a point where I go, okay, I got it all now, but that's not going to happen.
No. So I'm glad to hear you say it, Glenn. These are the type of rabbit holes that we all should be spending our time in. And I've been telling people to stop reading the crap that they're reading and start reading this book. There's so much more to discover in it. And I've only got 2 eyes and I've only got so many hours. And I need everyone's like, I don't agree with Sarkis because he lives in California. Those people are crazy. But he comes up with some stuff sometimes that think, okay, maybe I better listen. But because the other thing that comes out of California is all these new ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's got his hand
and
up
you
again.
need, and it's about like we said earlier, every piece of the body has a gift, and he's a gift over there in California. You don't like it.
Don't say
But
that.
there were from all over the world. They're gifts that help us to get the answers we need, or at least jog something in our own mind and what we learned that triggers another rabbit trail or another release of knowledge. And I really appreciate it.
No, I'm just kidding, Sarkis. I appreciate everyone's input here. I may not agree with everybody, but I do appreciate it. Sarkis, I'm going to get you to go again. It's time to wrap this up.
Yeah.
And so I'll get you to go, and then we're going to close this off or close out the recording part. We'll leave the room open for a bit.
Okay, so it's when I look at the passage, I always look at the context, and we didn't read verse 26 because so what they're drinking, we're looking at. Okay, verse 24, and the people murmured against Moses, saying, what shall we drink? Verse 25, and he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord showed him a tree, which when he has cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute, an ordinance, and there he proved them. I stopped there. I was wrong. I need to continue. 26. And he said, if thou wilt diligently hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptian, for I am the Lord that healeth thee. So what do we see here? It's the context here is Yeshua himself. The context is the one who was crucified on the tree. He is part of the branch. He is descendant of the branch. So its whole context is the tree. but he is the one who is
No,
giving
no, no, no,
commands.
no. We got sidetracked by the tree.
I know.
The whole context here is that if you obey,
exactly,
you will be healed.
Exactly. But who is doing that? Is the Messiah, who is the branch, who is the tree of life, who is saying, I am the living water and I'm the bread of life. And so what we're seeing here is what's foretelling what's coming, the Messiah who will be. And this is hindsight we can. I mean, at the time, nobody would know until the Messiah came. And when we look back, what does Paul say? All scripture were given to us, what? To edify us, to teach us, so we can learn from it, so that we don't repeat the same mistakes our forefathers did and other people have done. And here we have a chance to see what Yeshua does, because he is our healer. And therefore, since when we look at that, it's 3 days after they came out of the Red Sea, and that's being born again. That's resurrection. That's first fruit. That's a new life, a new beginning, a new nation, and that's exactly we're gonna go through the process of, are we gonna stay true to him, or are we gonna complain that are you bringing us here to kill us? Are we questioning him after all that he's done? And this is where, as a believer, sometimes I fall into that temptation. I question, are you sure I belong to you?
Are you sure you know what you're doing? Come on.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, last year it was a very, very difficult time for me, but it was one of the sweetest time. I was explaining to my family that Abba Father just opened my eyes, my ears, my mind, my heart in ways I was double blessed. You know, I expected on the 6th year to be blessed, but he chose to bless me spiritually instead of physically, financially. And I see that there's a way to look at it from his perspective. And when I saw that, I stopped complaining. I said, okay, I submit whatever you want me to go through. And so when I see this, I read this and I said, yep, this is where I was complaining. And now I realize, no, he's taking care of me. He's going to take me through difficult times, and he's going to make me go through those times so he could prove me. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Sarkis. And thank you, everyone. Sambra, are you going to read the closing prayer part, or?
Yeah, I'm going to close and do the closing prayer, and Nancy's going to do the closing prayer, and I'll just keep my mouth shut. I had a thing. Closing prayer. Why isn't this? Oh, I've got. Can you see that?
Yep.
It looks very messy though. There we go. That's better. Okay. V'zo tatorah asher sam Moshe lifnei b'nei Israel al pi Yehovah beyad Moshe. This is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel upon the command of Yehovah through Moses' hand. Etzchan hi lama kazikim ba v'tom cheya de meushar derachea darchei noam v'kol netivoteya shalom. Eitz Chaim. It is a tree of life for those who grasp it. Its supporters are praiseworthy. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace.
Thank you, Sambra. And Nancy, if you want to close with prayers.
She's still here? I don't see her.
I see Nancy. I see her, but I don't see her. Okay, I'll
Shauna?
close.
Oh, okay.
Our Father Jehovah, our powerful and great Creator, I thank you, Father. I thank you for these people. I thank you for the differences of opinions. I thank you for their views. At least I thank you sometimes, not all the time. Other times I complain about them. Forgive me, Father, for you've called them. You've called all of us to be part of your kingdom. You've called us to be witnesses to the things that you are doing in these last days. And you're opening up your word to us. Help us, Father, to dig deeper into your word, to discover these things, these gems that you have right there in plain sight. Help us, Father, to share them with one another, to bring them out here and be a blessing to all of us. We ask your blessing upon each and every one here, Father. Bless them for the remainder of this days of unleavened bread. Thank you, Father, for teaching us by doing, by having us do your word. We learn so much more when we do that rather than just being told. I just thank you for your brilliance in teaching us and bringing us along and calling us. And thank you, Father, for calling us. I don't deserve to be here. I do not deserve to be amongst these people. But you have called me, and I thank you for that. I pray, Father, that we all will rise to the high honor that you've called us to be, and that we will help others to achieve that in the days and weeks and months and years that are left, that you will bless us with that opportunity. So guide us, Father, bring us back here safely on Shabbat, and we thank you for all that you do for us every day. For the glory of your name, Jehovah, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, and I want to thank you all, those of you listening at home. Oh, there's Nancy back now. Sorry, Nancy, we couldn't find you.
Sorry, I had to, well, y'all know what I'm going through right now. Most of you do anyway.
Yeah, it's okay. Everyone's got things going on, so we just work with it. If you're welcome to join us live if you can. Welcome to take part here. We are still, looking for different people to come on and teach once in a while. We'll be back here on Shabbat at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it's supposed to change this weekend. We're going to be back here for the 7th day of unleavened bread on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. again, Eastern Standard Time. And we'll see if we got some more to say about what's going on here. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, so sign the YouTube subscribe button, sign up for the newsletter, and leave your comments below in the comment section. Don't send them to me because then I'm the only one that sees it. Let everyone see it. So, Chag Sameach, have a great Passover, have a great Feast of Unleavened Bread. Eat unleavened bread every day for the next 7 days, and Shabbat Shalom. Bye-bye.
Shabbat Shalom.